What happens when something rises from the deep, and no one knows what it is? No name, no category, no record of it in any biology textbook. Just a shimmer, a ripple, a silhouette in moonlit water. Sometimes it's a glow, just beneath the hull. Sometimes it's a shadow, standing too tall on the open sea. Other times it's something breaking the surface with limbs, or wings, or sounds that no creature should make. And then as quickly as it appeared, it slips back beneath, leaving no trace. Only stories, only questions. For centuries, sailors have whispered of beasts the ocean never meant us to see. But what happens when they rise anyway? Tonight we drift through sightings, through sonar echoes, through fog-thick memories of things the sea gave back, just for a moment, and then hid again in the black. Before we begin, where are you watching from right now? Drop your city and the time on your screen in the comments below, and hit that subscribe button. Let's see how far these creatures still swim. Now, close your eyes, listen to the waves, and follow the first ripple. The sea is quieter in the far north, but never still. It breathes in long, cold sighs, pulling in storm clouds, exhaling sheets of salt mist, and in the depths just off Iceland's northern edge, where the water darkens into near night, the fishing boats know not to drift too long after midnight. Kolbein Hrafnsson was one of those men, a trawler captain by trade, and a child of Arctic waters by birth. He knew how to read the ocean like a ledger. His boat, Vidir, was neither the fastest nor the sturdiest, but it had weathered 9 winters before that night. In 1937, the night something glowed where nothing should have. The logs from that voyage are kept in a laminated case now, sealed behind UV-protected glass, in a maritime museum near Akureyri. They sit beside other artifacts of polar seafaring life. Brass compasses, storm-damp maps, a cracked harpoon head weathered green from years of salt. But none of them draw as many quiet stares as Kolbein's entry from December 11th. 2:47, wind sharpened, sea alive, white flare from sea, arched, moved eastward. No thunder, no lightning. Crew said it blinked. Cold wrong. The handwriting is angular, unsure, smudged in places, as though the pen had shivered. For decades, scholars labeled the entry as atmospheric optics, a refraction effect perhaps caused by charged air or heat differentials over the polar current. But Kolbein's wording troubled some. The way he said it moved. The way he wrote it blinked. Witnesses on that boat described something like a serpent, but not one made of flesh or bone. Rather, it was described as light itself, shaped long and writhing, with color like old magnesium flare, white, with edges that wavered toward green. It breached the sea in silence, with no splash, as if water meant nothing to it. Then it rose, slowly, impossibly, forming a gentle arc against the sky before vanishing again beneath the chop. One man claimed it was as thick around as a lighthouse base. Another said it looked like it had no body at all, just outline, shimmer, motion. All agreed it made no sound. For years, it was easy to dismiss. The storm that week had been violent, the kind that fractures radar beams and makes gulls vanish mid-air. Many believed the crew had hallucinated after 3 sleepless nights and a failing heating unit. Others assumed aurora phenomena. But then came the sonar ping, and with it, a second sighting. In 1982, a Japanese deep-sea trawler named Shinyon Maru was fishing further north than usual, following an odd temperature break in the ocean's surface. The crew, using early sonar equipment to track fish movements in mid-water, noticed something strange just after 3 a.m. A long, undulating shape appeared on their display, about 30 meters beneath the vessel. At first, they assumed it was a school of fish scattering in unison, but the shape didn't scatter. It curled, it coiled, and then as suddenly as it appeared, it rose, not with the darting speed of predator or prey, but with a strange, languid grace, almost like it was observing them back. The radio operator noted something unusual. When the shape began to rise, every electronic device on board crackled once in unison. No outage, no damage, just a single static pulse, like a sigh. When the shape reached within 10 meters of the hull, the water below the ship lit up, not with bioluminescence but with what one crewman described as a line of daylight, snaking upward. Several men on deck reported a glare so bright they had to shield their eyes. The ship's power flickered, and just like that, the light receded, trailing back into the abyss like a silk ribbon dragged by the tide. No mass was recovered, no creature caught, just the record, and the nervous silence of men who had seen something they couldn't name. Years later, marine biologists would revisit that data. One theory suggested that what both Kolbeinn and the Shinyon witnessed could have been a form of giant siphonophore, a colonial organism like the Praia dubia, known to extend over 40 meters in length, glowing faintly in deep water. But the speed, curvature, and presence near the surface didn't match known behaviors. Others pointed to piezoelectric discharges from tectonic stress near the mid-Atlantic ridge, energy building up undersea, released as bursts of light in columns of water. But that didn't explain the shape, or the rising motion, or the strange sense, mentioned in every account, of being watched. It wasn't just what they saw, it was how it made them feel, as if something ancient, something aware, had surfaced for a moment, and then returned to its place beneath. Kolbeinn never sailed again after that night. He lived another 20 years inland, tending to sheep and avoiding questions about the sea. His family says he never feared storms, only stillness. And sometimes, in the middle of dinner, he'd look past them toward the window and murmur, "It blinked at me, with its whole self." Whatever it was, it left no trail, no photo, no confirmed signal. Only this, a whisper that the sea, in its coldest corner, once released something made of light and silence, and then held its breath. The Arctic has no memory, or so they say. Waves erase footprints faster than they fall. Wind smooths even the fiercest cry into silence. But stories, especially ones whispered between tired men at sea, have a strange way of sinking deep and resurfacing decades later in unexpected places. In 2004, a Norwegian surveillance satellite monitoring thermal variations near the Arctic Circle picked up something odd. Not a heat signature, but an absence of it. A void in the water column stretching vertically for over 30 meters, colder than the ice shelf itself. For 12 seconds it ascended, then it disappeared. This report never made headlines, but it quietly reached a marine cryptography lab in Bergen, where patterns in sonar, thermal, and magnetic readings are fed into software designed to model undersea anomalies. Their systems were built to detect icebergs, tectonic shifts, and whale migrations. But this didn't fit. The model returned a strange output, shape persistence not explained by density displacement, possible membranous vector, not biological, not geological. In plain terms, whatever rose from the water that day left no wake, no debris, no heat, just a column of structured absence. A space where something had been, but not quite real enough to touch. The lab archived it, unsolved, unverified, but tagged with a peculiar name in the metadata, traced back to one of the researchers, Flare Serpent. That same year, another fishing trawler, Einar's Wake, reported a similar event, this time off the coast of Grimsey, just along the Arctic convergence line. It was mid-January. Winds were still, water uncommonly glassy. At precisely 2:41 a.m., the onboard radar blinked, once, then again, and went black for 7 seconds. All other systems remained functional. When it returned, the crew spotted it. A long arc of light just beyond the bow, so bright it reflected off their own deck like distant lightning. But the sky was empty, and the light wasn't above them. It was rising from within the sea. One deckhand, Holdor, described it later as a living stroke of moonlight, rippling like it was deciding whether to rise further. He watched, frozen, as the shape hovered just above the waves for less than a second, then dissolved. Not dove, not sank, dissolved. There was no turbulence, no displaced water, no splash, just a moment where the light folded in on itself and vanished. When investigators later reviewed the trawler's external cameras, they found a stretch of footage that had glitched. From 240 to 242, the frames were smeared, not digitally, but as though the light had bent through the lens itself, distorting time by mere fractions of a second, enough to leave artifacts, enough to raise questions, and always the pattern repeated. A quiet stretch of sieve and a natural light, white with green margins, to serpentine motion, rising, no noise, and then nothing. But in 2017, a theory surfaced that sparked renewed debate. A group of Icelandic geophysicists published a paper on ultra-low frequency sound anomalies near the Arctic mid-ocean ridge. These hums far below the threshold of human hearing seemed to pulse in rhythmic waves, often around the same times of year that flare serpent sightings had occurred. Could something down there, something vast and sensitive, be reacting to shifts in tectonic pressure or magnetic fields? A deep-sea creature perhaps, with light-emitting membranes used for communication or defense. One that doesn't swim in bursts but glides vertically like a ribbon in slow ascent. One whose body is so poorly understood, it passes through detection thresholds by existing in frequencies and densities our instruments aren't built to record. Speculative, of course. But then came the report from the icebreakers near Jan Mayen. 2 Norwegian patrol ships traveling opposite directions logged an identical disturbance within 10 minutes of each other, over a stretch of sea that should have been utterly empty. Both crews witnessed a vertical streak of light, arcing and pulsing just once, rising through the snow mist. They called it a flare, a beacon, even a hallucination. But then one sailor, a quiet man named Mads, opened an old email thread on his personal laptop that night, searching for a phrase his grandfather used to mutter while gutting fish near the docks. Eldor Murren. The fire serpent. What he found shocked him. Old Icelandic folktales, rarely retold, describing a sea phantom that rose from the ocean on nights when no stars could be seen. A ribbon of light, long as a ship, that blinked once and vanished. It brought no doom, no storm, just stillness. A pause in the sea. One translated stanza from a 19th century fisherman's prayer read, "See, if it glows, don't speak. See, if it coils, don't breathe. If it blinks, forget." When Mads read it aloud to the crew, the deck fell silent, because it matched too closely what they'd seen. But perhaps the strangest connection came not from folklore or sonar pings, but from an anonymous upload to a private oceanography forum just 1 year later. A user named ColdWatcher87 posted a heavily pixelated video clip, less than 10 seconds, no audio. In it, a vast white curve rising out of dark water, framed only by faint starlight, smooth, deliberate, unmistakably alive. The clip ended with a message, seen from drone, north of Grimsey. It blinked, I blinked back. The account disappeared the next day. No metadata, no original post ever recovered. But copies of the clip still circulate quietly, not among researchers, but among sailors, oil rig workers, and the crew of ships that traverse the midnight sea. They say the flare serpent doesn't hunt, doesn't kill. It reminds that not everything in the ocean has weight. Some things move like memory, and rise only when the water is still enough to reflect what we're not meant to see. There are waters in the far north that no longer appear on maps, not because they've vanished, but because the sea has redrawn them. Glaciers melt, coastlines shift, old passages close while new ones open, threaded like silver veins through fields of drift ice. And among these ever-changing corridors, the Icelandic fishing fleets have learned to follow not just GPS, but instinct, shaped by generations of quiet warnings. Don't linger past the 3rd hour of night, keep the deck lights dim, and if the water turns white without sound, don't look too long. It sounds like superstition, until it doesn't. In 2021, an Icelandic drone research team from the University of Husavik set out to test new autonomous aerial systems in harsh conditions. Their vessel, Aurora Grey, carried high-speed weather drones equipped with infrared sensors, capable of capturing data even in blizzard conditions. But on the 4th night of the mission, something occurred that was never meant to be part of the test. At 3:12 a.m., while following a pre-mapped flight pattern along a frozen ridge north of Eyjafjörður, one drone, Unit 7K, abruptly changed course. The onboard software didn't fail. There were no crosswinds or signal drops. But the drone banked sharply, tilted downward, and hovered over a patch of sea that moments before had been flat and undisturbed. Then, without warning, the water glowed. It began as a thin vertical line of bluish-white light, rising from beneath the surface like the beam of a lighthouse turned upside down. The drone's camera, set to thermal capture, registered no heat. But visually, the light bloomed in real time, unfurling upward in a slow, coiling spiral, bright enough to cast shadows on the ice floes nearby. The footage lasted 14 seconds. Then, as before, the light blinked, not in strobe or flare, but in a single deliberate pulse, a heartbeat. And the sea went dark again. Reviewers at the university lab assumed a glitch. but Unit 7K's logs showed no anomaly. Its path, altitude, battery, and sensor function were fully intact. More confusing still, the segment of video showing the flare passed every checksum verification. No edits, no corruption, just impossible. The team, hesitant to go public, shared it privately with a marine biologist named Dr. Elisabeth Jonsdottir, known for her fieldwork in bioluminescent marine species. Her analysis, quiet but unnerving. If this were organic, the energy required to emit that spectrum at that scale would be immense, possibly fatal. And yet the movement is too controlled for geological origin. Whatever it is, it's not ambient. It's purposeful. Purposeful. It's a word that surfaces again and again in testimonies about the flare Serpent, and one that unsettles oceanographers most. The sea is not supposed to act with intent. Currents shift, creatures drift. Even the largest whales follow seasonal instinct, not strategy. But the flare Serpent, if it exists, seems to surface with timing. It waits for silence, for the right kind of weather, the right stillness, and always it rises, never emerges from the sides, never leaps, never crashes. It ascends, like a breath drawn slow. In spring of 2023, an oil platform southeast of the Arctic boundary experienced a rare power anomaly. Not a failure, but a pause. Exactly 7 seconds where external power flickered and stabilizers drifted off frequency. During this window, a technician named Daniel Forsen was performing routine sensor calibration on the platform's windward side. He didn't hear anything. He only saw a light. Thin, curved, white-blue. It rose from the sea about 60 meters from the platform, shimmered, and then blinked once, gently. Not rapidly, not violently, just a slow, deliberate fade. Daniel didn't report it that night. He only mentioned it 3 days later to a fellow engineer over breakfast. By then the event was considered non-critical, and no systems had logged unusual activity, apart from the 7-second pulse. But the phrasing Daniel used stuck in the engineer's mind. He said, "It wasn't looking at me. It was the looking, like the act of seeing came from it, not toward it." That quote found its way to an oceanology symposium in Bergen 6 months later, during a closed-panel discussion on unclassified phenomena. And that's when a linguist, attending by chance, offered a curious observation. She had studied Norse and Greenlandic coastal languages for decades, documenting forgotten dialects among islanders. In one Greenlandic myth, there is mention of a sea light that watches, an entity known not by name, but by its silence. One fragment, translated phonetically, described the shape that rises like light but touches nothing, the eye with no eye, the cold that remembers. This myth, she noted, was tied to lunar eclipses and high tides. Natural phenomena layered over centuries with stories of things rising from the dark, always alone, always upward. Some dismissed the connection, coincidence, cultural archetype, but the descriptions kept echoing. Meanwhile, back in Iceland, a new generation of seafarers has grown more cautious. The flare stories are no longer told as drunken tales or barroom boasts. They're shared in hushed voices, with long silences between sentences. Some skippers keep logs of every calm night, comparing sonar fluctuations, light patterns, and power dips. Others carry analog compasses, old steel ones, in case the digital reads wrong. One young fisherman, I recall, tells his friends he once saw it during training. Just a streak, a long bright ripple slicing up through black water far off the port side, vanishing before the others turned. He never wrote it down, never told the captain, but at night, when the stars are gone and the clouds hang heavy and low, he feels it in the air. It's like the sea gets expectant, like something's breathing beneath it, and if you're very still, you can feel it pause, waiting. The flare Serpent doesn't scream, it doesn't chase, it waits, to be seen maybe, or maybe, to see us. There's a stretch of ocean just northeast of Husavik, where the seafloor falls away too quickly, a silent drop-off, sheer and smooth, like the edge of something ancient carved into the planet before maps had meaning. The fishermen who trawl near that edge don't use nets at night. They wait until morning, when the sky has color again, not because of regulation, because of a feeling, because of something they don't say. In February of 2024, a privately funded expedition sent an autonomous submersible into that trench, equipped with low-frequency sonar, heat-mapping cameras, and pressure-adaptive lights. The mission was simple: chart deep-water jellyfish migration and record bioluminescent behavior for scientific archives. It was the kind of quiet project that rarely makes headlines, until the final dive. At 3:19 a.m., during the submersible's descent into the trench's shadowed slope, the data feed to the surface recorded a drop in ambient sound, an unnatural silence that flattened the usually vibrant clicks and creaks of marine life. The temperature, oddly, rose by 0.6 degrees Celsius without any geothermal markers, and then, slowly, the dark changed shape. What the remote pilot first mistook for light refraction soon revealed itself as movement, a bend in the water, as if the sea itself were flexing in a slow arc. The vehicle's camera captured 27 seconds of footage, a column of brightness, almost silvery white, undulating vertically, as though coiling through nothing. The footage never reached the public, but a single still frame was leaked 3 weeks later. In it, a white streak rising through pitch-black water, framed by scattering plankton. But what drew attention was not the light, it was the reflection. Because reflected in the submersible's glass dome, faintly and unmistakably, was the outline of an eye. Not circular, not glowing, but present, as though the shape was watching not the drone, but the observer behind the screen. In the months that followed, the team quietly ended the project. They claimed budget issues, a shift in priorities. But internal notes told another story. One entry, from a technician who reviewed the video frame by frame, simply read, "The ocean blinked." The image became a quiet obsession in certain circles. Cryptid enthusiasts named it the cold coil. Marine theorists debated whether it could be a rare undiscovered siphonophore, perhaps even a translucent megaplankton form, reacting to electromagnetic pulses. One fringe paper argued that tectonic stress near the mid-Atlantic ridge might be pushing supercooled water through ancient volcanic vents, creating upward jets of light, caused by mineral reaction, a natural plasma serpent, so to speak. But none of that explained the motion. None of it explained the pause before it vanished. The best sea stories never conclude. They fold inward, and so too does the legend of the Icelandic flare serpent. The more one tries to capture it, through sonar, heat, or video, the more it seems to retreat, not hiding, but resisting definition, like something that only wants to exist on the edge of memory, never fact. There's a tale, passed among Arctic navigators, of a ship called the Muspelsbranda. No registry, no nation, only the word, Flarebrand, burned into its blackened hull. They say it appears only during white squalls, sails blank, with a glow beneath the deck, as if its keel were lit from the sea below. Some swear the crew has no faces, that when hailed, they raise no voice, only a hand, and behind them, in the dark, something vast and gleaming waits just beneath the surface. Not chained, not leashed, just there. It's an echo of the flare serpent story, perhaps born from it, perhaps feeding it. One last thread remains, an old voice recording, brittle with tape hiss, taken in 1961 during an interview with a retired sailor named Olafur John. He speaks slowly, in Icelandic, his voice cracking at times. The translator's notes are sparse. Most of the transcript is routine, stories of storms, engine failures, lost boys. But then, just before the tape ends, he says something that doesn't appear in the transcript. It's quiet, nearly lost beneath the static. In Icelandic, he whispers, "I saw the sea blink. It blinked like it knew me, like it remembered something I'd forgotten." And then silence, a long one, followed by the tape's final click. What makes the flare serpent legend so strange isn't what it leaves behind, because it leaves nothing. No bones, no damage, not even a proper shadow. What makes it linger is the feeling, a pause, a single beat where the sea changes rhythm, and something stirs just beneath the boundary of the known. Something long, something light, something waiting. It doesn't roar, it doesn't breach, it ascends, slowly, impossibly, like the ocean remembering how to breathe. Maybe it's not a creature at all. Maybe it's the sea itself, testing its own skin. A flare of memory, a blink of something old and luminous, still dreaming in the depths. And when the waters are still, truly still, and no wind moves, and the stars disappear behind frost and fog, maybe then, it rises again, not to be seen, but to see. In the northern reaches of the Pacific, where Alaska begins to loosen into scattered islands and the sea thickens with drifting ice, there lies a passage few ships travel twice, the mirror-flat waters between St. Matthew Island and Nunivak. where the wind falls silent and everything reflects. Fishermen call this part of the Bering Sea the Shimmer Belt. Not because of sunlight, there's rarely enough, but because sometimes in the right season something glows beneath the surface. The first formal account arrived in 1989, from a weather-beaten trawler named Korovy DVA, captained by a Russian seafarer with more superstitions than teeth. He'd logged over 30 years in the Bering and claimed to know every quirk of its currents. But on an unusually warm March night, when sea ice cracked apart like broken glass and fog sat thick as soup, he saw something he could never quite explain. His crew was running standard lines when a low hum began to vibrate through the metal hull. So soft at first they thought it was the engine, but it wasn't, because when the engine cut off to check for malfunction, the hum remained. It pulsed, deep, slow, steady, and then the water below them lit up, not with surface reflection, but from within. The logs describe a sight that seems impossible to reconcile, a vast iridescent form, shimmering like oil in a puddle, floating just meters below the ship, not round, not angular, something spilling, curving, streaming. Its body, if one can call it that, consisted of long waving tendrils that glowed in undulating patterns. The closest comparison they gave was a jellyfish, but on the scale of a train car, maybe larger. The most unsettling detail wasn't the light, it was the movement. Those who looked over the edge described the tendrils as drifting in absolute stillness, not swaying with the current, not resisting it either, just hanging, as if the water weren't water at all, as if it obeyed some other rule. One crewman, overcome by nausea, claimed he could feel the shimmer pulling on thought, as though it were humming at a frequency just beneath memory. The glow intensified for nearly 5 minutes. Then, without warning, it coiled inward, spiraling once like smoke, and disappeared. No trace, no ripple. The hum stopped with it. In the days that followed, the Korovy DVA developed electrical faults. The radios gave off feedback. The onboard compass would spin gently when pointed east. They returned to port early, citing mechanical failure. But in an unsent letter found years later among the captain's belongings he wrote, "It looked like color dreaming in place. No form, but it knew we were there, and it chose not to rise." Over time more stories surfaced, quiet reports from isolated fishing crews, polar research vessels, and even satellite scans showing unexpected light blooms in ice-trapped water. In 2006, a Canadian expedition drone spotted what it termed a thermally negative structure beneath a patch of melting ice. At first it seemed like a data error. The drone's sensors showed less temperature, more color, a contradiction. They adjusted the lens and found what looked like a spreading sheet of phosphorescent ribbons, dozens of meters across, coiling and uncoiling like lungs in water. It drifted for 11 minutes before dispersing into nothing. The researchers called it a free-floating algal bloom. But internally, one biologist logged a private theory, not botanical, possibly colonial. Behavioral pattern suggests intention. That term would return again, years later, when a NOAA vessel encountered an anomalous fluorescence cloud off the Alaskan coast in 2012. The glow had a defined outer boundary, like an organism. It rose toward the surface slowly, never breaking it, before vanishing into sediment-stained water. The report was buried under red tape. Yet across dozens of sightings, the signature remained consistent, seen only in warming months near melting sea ice, accompanied by a low-frequency hum or resonance, always iridescent, but not in patterns known to bioluminescent species, tendril-like extensions that don't behave like fins, flukes, or lemurs, movement described as slow, measured, gravitationless, never breaches, never breaks the surface. Folk names began to circulate in port towns and among indigenous coastal communities. The Inupiat called it Kilakpak, loosely meaning the one who shines beneath but does not surface. Russian fishermen took to calling it Svetly Tumen, the light mist. Modern sailors, lacking tradition, simply call it the shimmer. There are theories, of course, some grounded in science, some less so. One proposes the shimmer is a colossal siphonophore, not unlike the ones recently discovered in deep trenches, organisms hundreds of feet long, gelatinous and fragile, nearly invisible without light. Under this theory, the glow could be a defensive flare or mating behavior, triggered by sound or temperature. But no siphonophore has ever been seen behaving like this near the surface, especially in cold water. Another hypothesis leans into quantum bioluminescence, suggesting an unknown species capable of refracting and reflecting light in dimensional folds, creating the illusion of size and shape. But even this theory collapses under scrutiny. Too many unknowns, too many gaps. Then there are the acoustic researchers. Some believe the hum is not from the creature, but from us. That what crews here is the sea itself, reacting to the presence of something so large, so foreign, that its arrival retunes the water, like dragging a finger along the rim of a giant glass bowl. The hum, in this sense, becomes a boundary, a warning, or perhaps a greeting. Whatever the truth, the shimmer has never harmed anyone. It leaves no wounds, no teeth marks, just confusion and awe, and sometimes silence that lasts too long. In 2020, a research student stationed off Little Diomedid Island made a late-night journal entry. It was his final night on rotation. He was cold, tired, and sleepless. He wrote, "The water's flat as mirror glass, stars are out. But there's a light below, moving slow, like it doesn't know we're up here. Or maybe, like it does. I don't feel scared, I feel seen, and perhaps that is the common thread. Not danger, not threat, but observation. As though something under the Bering Sea watches the melting world above, and rises gently, shimmering, only when we've grown quiet enough to notice." In the spring melt, when the Bering Sea begins to crack open like an old shell, there comes a strange stillness just before the thaw completes. The ice no longer groans. The wind seems to watch, and the ocean long held beneath a frozen ceiling stretches upward. It's during these moments, between hard freeze and soft water, that stories of the shimmer grow most frequent. April 2021, a scientific observation buoy just south of St. Lawrence Island began to transmit anomalies. Its sensors were standard fare, salinity, temperature, turbidity, but over the course of 9 hours, the water clarity spiked to levels never seen in Arctic melt regions. Visibility extended nearly 30 meters in all directions, despite slush and drifting silt. The satellite feed showed nothing unusual, but the onboard camera caught something else. At 4:12 a.m., the water surrounding the buoy lit up, not explosively, not even suddenly, but as though light were unfolding inside the sea itself. A smooth, swirling iridescence, cycling through pale blues, soft purples, and greenish golds. Not a beam, not a glow from below. More like a fabric of brightness, moving as though stirred by thought rather than current. There was no sound, no movement from above or below, just light, refracting in curves and loops, gentle as ribbons suspended in syrup. The footage was archived and dismissed as an algal photic reaction, though no sample supported that claim. But technicians noticed something stranger. During the glow, the camera's internal clock, synced to GPS time, slowed by 0.04 seconds. It corrected itself within minutes, but the delay left a lingering question: could time itself behave differently inside the shimmer? Across the scientific community, questions remained unasked aloud. How could a marine event cause temporal drift? Could the shimmer be interacting not just with biology, but with space itself, altering density, light, and time through some unknown mechanism? In an uncirculated memo, one physicist posed a chilling possibility. If this is not a creature, then it is an event, possibly not of this Earth. The idea was quietly buried, but on the far side of science, in places where weathered captains and coastal elders still gather around driftwood fires, those questions never needed words. They already knew. The shimmer isn't something that arrives. It's something that awakens when conditions align, when noise stills, when eyes aren't looking but ears are listening. One Inupiat woman on the island of Savonga recalled a story passed from her grandmother, how the sea sometimes spilled its colors before a long winter, like the sky falling beneath the water. She described a time in her childhood when, during a particularly mild melt, the sea near their village turned violet. Not in the sky, in the water. Long strands of violet, pulsing gently, floating just below the surface like the northern lights had sunken from the sky and stretched their fingers along the seabed. She remembered holding her breath, watching. The adults didn't speak. They didn't fish that day. No one swam. They just watched and waited until the colors faded and the cold returned. Years later, she would refer to it not as a vision or hallucination, but as the sea's soft warning. So what could the shimmer be? One model suggested a colonial organism, thousands of interconnected translucent segments, like salps or chain siphonophores, each reflecting light in ways that amplify and loop. The tendrils, under this theory, would not be limbs but sensory extensions, capable of detecting sonar, magnetic fields, or thermal gradients across miles. But if that were true, where was the origin point? Why no remains, no strand, no death? Another theory proposed something closer to a dimensional interface, an echo from beneath the visible world, perhaps a byproduct of hydrothermal dynamics reacting with gravitational shear, forming a lens or threshold where the normal properties of light and perception bend. This might explain the temporal anomaly. It might even explain why the shimmer never reflects properly in footage, why its edges appear smeared, its color shifts mismatched in frame, as if what we're seeing isn't truly there, or not entirely here. Whatever the explanation, those who witness the shimmer often describe it less as an encounter and more as a moment of being understood. Not contact, not communication, just recognition. In 2019, a nighttime research trawl by a vessel called Kayak documented an event eerily similar to the Koravi DVA sighting decades earlier. Their net snagged on something soft, resistant, but without weight. When they reeled it in, the trawl was empty, except for a film of glowing residue, clinging to the nylon threads like wet silk. Within minutes it faded. Tests showed no DNA, no cellular structure, only trace compounds of unknown origin, similar to organic luminescence, but with non-terrestrial isotope ratios. The ship's captain, a stoic man named Larkso, wrote in his journal that night, "I don't believe in aliens. I believe in water, but tonight, water felt like it had a mind. A gentle one, watching, waiting. The net caught nothing, but I felt as if we had been caught instead." Back on shore, Larkso refused interviews. He only spoke once about the experience, to a marine geologist during a supply run in Nomi. His final words before walking out of the bar were, "If the sea ever opens its eye, just don't look back." And perhaps that's what the shimmer is. Not a creature, not a force, but an eye, soft, formless, enormous, opening from below just long enough to remind us how little we understand. It does not rise. It does not chase. It floats, patiently, behind the thinnest glass of reality, observing as we warm the planet above it, as we break the ice, as we send more machines down into its quiet dark, and sometimes it responds. With color, with hum, with movement no instrument fully tracks. A presence just beneath explanation. So when the water turns still, when the ice opens without wind, when the sea seems to shimmer without sun, perhaps it is not the world reflecting light. Perhaps the ocean is simply blinking. There are charts that mark the depth of the Bering Sea, lines drawn with precision, sonar scans, thermal maps, echo soundings, all layered in gridded neatness. But no map, no matter how modern, captures the weight of silence found out there. Not silence as in quiet, but silence as a presence. Veteran ice captains say it's what comes before the shimmer, a stillness so total, it feels like being held. In August of 2022, a national oceanographic expedition dispatched a vessel named Orca Path to investigate anomalous temperature bands beneath fast-melting sea ice. Their equipment was top-tier, hyperspectral imaging, LIDAR, and long-range acoustic arrays. The mission was to measure chemical flux at the ice interface, a routine task by the expedition's standards. But what they captured was not in their mission profile. At 2:46 a.m., as the ship idled beneath a streaked aurora, the forward sonar array began picking up vertical pulses, thin, smooth returns that didn't match any known lifeform or seafloor feature. They rose slowly, not from below, but from within the upper layers of the water column, as though light itself had weight, climbing through its own medium. At first, the crew thought it was a malfunction, but the pulses had structure, intervals too precise to be chance. And then the glow began, radiating out from the starboard side, barely 2 meters below the surface. A sheet of color began to unfurl. It didn't flash, it blossomed, expanding outward in translucent waves, like an unseen bloom inhaling in deep water. The crew crowded the railing in silence. Some described it as watching a planet being born. Others swore they heard nothing. Not the waves, not the wind, not even the hum of the ship. Only light. Dr. Mireille Takada, a specialist in marine optics, later wrote in her private notes, "I've seen coral spawning, bioluminescent tides, algal sheens, but this was not that. This shimmer responded, as if it could feel our eyes. As the bloom stabilized, the tendrils appeared, thin glowing strands that curled and uncurled in measured spirals. Not randomly, not chaotically, they moved in repeating arcs, each one slightly delayed from the last, creating a visual echo. One crew member described it as a breathing language of color. Another said it reminded him of whale song, not in sound, but in the sense that it meant something, even if they couldn't read it." For 34 minutes, the shimmer remained beneath the ship, casting luminous reflections along the hull. It moved only slightly, drifting with the slow current, but never rising or sinking. And then, as silently as it had come, it contracted, spiraling inward in a swirl of soft purples and icy golds, like paint disappearing into water. The light dimmed, the patterns ceased, and the sea resumed its ordinary noise. Post-analysis revealed no anomalies in radiation, salinity, or temperature outside the visual phenomenon. But deep in the sonar logs, engineers found something strange, a repeating interval. Every 8.1 seconds, a low-frequency pulse had echoed through the water, consistent, measured, faint, not mechanical, not geological, and not matching any known animal behavior. Takada proposed that it could be the shimmer's heartbeat, or more chillingly, its breath. A resonance, cycling through water too deep for us to reach, and too delicate for us to disturb. But not everyone agreed. In an anonymous forum used by submersible pilots and deep-sea engineers, one user claimed the frequency matched something else, an old Soviet submarine transmission protocol, long defunct, known for its precision and inability to be replicated by random noise. Could it be mimicry? Could the shimmer, if it was a life form, have learned that rhythm from decades of underwater traffic? Could it be echoing us, as a kind of signal? The idea was dismissed by official circles, too speculative, too fringe. But among those who've seen it, really seen it, the theory lingers like mist. A man named Galen, a retired sonar technician who worked aboard NATO vessels during the Cold War, gave an interview before his death. He described tracking something in the Bering in 1972, not a ship, not a whale, something that moved without moving, pulsing once every few seconds, never approaching, never retreating, just being there. He said, "It's the hum that gets you, not in your ears, in your spine. You don't hear it. You remember it, like it's been playing a long time, and you've only just tuned in." There's a subtle fear in all these stories, not of danger, but of being understood by something too vast to define. The shimmer doesn't threaten, it doesn't chase, it doesn't even touch. It appears, it watches, it listens, and then it leaves. What we're left with is a strange kind of grief, not for loss, but for the limits of our knowing. To look into the shimmer is to be reminded of how young we are, how small, how noisy in a world that has long preferred silence. And yet, it keeps appearing, not to everyone, not everywhere, but enough times, and in just enough patterns, to suggest it isn't random. Maybe it's not a single creature, maybe it's a migration, a kind of oceanic bloom, like fireflies of the trench, following light cycles we've never mapped. Or perhaps it's a veil, the skin of something greater, rising just close enough to brush the edge of our senses, before falling back below the threshold of belief. Whatever it is, the Bering Shimmer doesn't ask questions. It is the question, not a monster, not a myth, just a moving glowing pause in the rhythm of the sea. And the only certainty is this: when it comes, the ocean forgets how to speak, and the light beneath the surface remembers what we've always been afraid to ask. They say you don't find the shimmer, it finds you. When the ice melts without sound, when the moonlight is too weak to reflect, when the ship has drifted just long enough for no one to be looking down. These aren't legends told with fear, but with reverence, because what people feel after witnessing it is not terror, but a quiet unraveling. In the winter of 2023, a coastal observation post on St. George Island captured something rare, a dual witness event. Two different research teams, one aboard a stationary sea ice tracker, the other on shore with wide-angle ocean surveillance, recorded a synchronized phenomenon over a 4-minute span just before dawn. At precisely 3:11 a.m., both sources captured a vertical glow, rising in slow spirals beneath a field of fragmented sea ice. From shore, it looked like pale fire moving under glass, slow curling light rippling upward without touching the surface. On board the tracker, the crew reported an eerie calm, no engine noise, no wind, and a drop in equipment feedback. The glow pulsed every few seconds, in smooth waves of color, violet, indigo, faint copper, pale mint. But what truly unsettled them was the lack of interaction. It rose, it shimmered, it watched, and then it receded. No motion toward them, no change in the ice, just a presence drifting past, as if it were observing a moment that didn't involve them at all. One scientist, shaken but composed, described it in her log. "It's not looking for us. It's not hiding. It's just passing through. Like we're insects in a room it happens to enter. Indifferent, but real." Later, analysts tried to triangulate the exact depth and origin of the light. Their findings were inconclusive. The glow had no clear source, no heat, no displacement of the surrounding water column, but beneath both recordings, buried in the audio spectrum below human hearing, was a subharmonic beat, a pulse every 8.1 seconds, matching previous encounters. The same rhythm, again and again. It had surfaced across 5 events over 15 years. Some began to speculate this was not simply a creature or bloom, but a pattern, one that could span oceans, one that could suggest communication or migration. What if the shimmer wasn't a single being? What if it was a cycle? One scientist from Tokyo Oceanographic University quietly suggested a new framework. What if we were witnessing not biology, but conscious behavior, an entity that expresses presence through light, interprets information through vibration, and traverses water in a non-linear way, perhaps using chemistry or pressure fields instead of direction? His theory, dismissed as poetic nonsense by many, concluded with one unsettling idea: if the shimmer recognizes us, it may also remember us. That memory could stretch back further than we imagine. Among the Aleut people, long before modern instrumentation, there was a ceremonial story told only to elders. It described a being called Siliquiac, the watcher beneath still water. It rose not to take or give, but to remind. The myth says Siliquiac appears when the boundary between worlds grows thin, when the deep remembers the surface. In one preserved chant, a phrase is repeated 3 times: "Do not fish, do not speak, let the shimmer pass." The translation isn't perfect, but the message is clear: presence demands stillness. Modern interpreters speculate these tales may have originated from real events, sightings passed through oral history, refined into ritual, not out of fear, but out of respect. Could it be that the Bering Shimmer has always existed, and we are only now relearning how to see it? In the wake of increased sightings, some vessels have begun to alter routes, not out of official warning, but through hushed recommendations. Ship captains who've heard from friends, from cousins, from someone on a rig, that a glow had been spotted 3 nights east of the broken waterline. There's no protocol, no radio code, only a new superstition: if you see the glow, do not turn on the deck lights. Because the shimmer reacts to light, not violently, but responsively. In one incident, a vessel activated high-beam floodlights during a faint sighting. The shimmer didn't vanish, but its light changed, shifted into harder blues, faster pulses, and for 1 full minute, the ocean beneath the hull turned mirror flat. No wind, no current, just reflection. The crew turned off the lights, and the glow softened. It resumed its slow drift, and then disappeared. To this day that ship, the Northern Tolan, has refused interviews. Its logs remain sealed, but the second officer who resigned shortly after the event left a single sentence in her exit file: "It was like waking a god who was still dreaming." That's what the shimmer does. It doesn't explain itself. It doesn't offer a message, or a sign, or a map. It simply is. And the more we look, the more we realize how little we're equipped to understand it. The shimmer may be nothing more than a deep water phenomenon, a play of currents and chemistry under shifting ice. Or it may be the fringe edge of something alive, vast and slow, existing on scales of time we can't yet measure. But to those who've seen it, it never leaves them. They remember it in dreams, in sudden flashes of color behind their eyelids, in the way moonlight hits black water on a windless night. Some say they feel watched by it still, others say they were seen, and let go, and so it fades again, back into depth, back into darkness, leaving only glow-tinted memories and a silence that hums just beyond the range of sound. Whatever it is, it has never touched us, but it has reached us. And sometimes, on the quiet edge of thaw, when the water holds its breath, it rises once more. There are places so deep that light forgets them. The Mariana Trench is one such place, a gash in the Earth's crust so immense, so permanent, that it might as well be a memory the planet refuses to forget. Over 36,000 feet down, the pressure crushes almost everything, but not silence, that survives. In March of 2015, a US deep-sea survey vessel named Pelagia Dawn was conducting sonar sweeps just outside Challenger Deep, the deepest known point on Earth. The goal was simple: chart sediment patterns and map microseismic activity along the trench's rim. But what they captured instead was something else entirely. At 2:07 a.m., the ship's low-frequency sonar array, calibrated to detect subduction plate murmurs, registered a scream. That was the word the technicians used. Not tone, not pulse. A scream. So low it vibrated the hull. So sudden it knocked 3 men from their seats. So strange, it didn't match any known geological or biological source. It lasted 1.8 seconds. Then came silence. The team scrambled to recalibrate, assuming a fault. But the system had logged the anomaly cleanly, a sweeping frequency that rose in pitch by 0.4 Hz over its duration, terminating at a frequency just shy of 52 Hz. That number sent a quiet ripple through the research team. Because 52 Hz is often referred to as the loneliest frequency in the world, the call of a mysterious whale detected since the 1980s, that no known species answers. But this wasn't a whale call. It was too loud, too deep, and it rose from the trench wall. Within 10 minutes they sent down a tethered autonomous recorder, its live feed broadcast to the ship's command room in silence. Soft plankton drift, cold shadows, endless dark. Then at 2:41 a.m., something moved. Not horizontally, vertically. A pale shape, rising from below the view window. No flippers, no fins, only a smooth, enormous surface, the curvature of something impossibly large, moving up like a breath drawn through stone. The crew watched in stunned quiet as the light from the submersible caught the outline of what looked like vertebrae, pale and matte, spiraling upward like the structure of a fossil still dreaming in the dark. It passed upward and out of view. No turbulence, no current shift, no return signal. The ship floated above a trench that had swallowed the world's pressure and now whispered back with movement. When the recorder returned to the surface, the ship's team discovered something else, a smear on the lens, faint but visible under UV light. It was organic, but not microbial. Strands of protein, similar to what's found in the cartilage of deep-sea cephalopods, but longer, stronger, and laced with trace metals rarely found outside hydrothermal vent regions. Biologists scrambled to analyze it, but the sample degraded within hours, becoming brittle and inert. The working theory: exposure to surface air collapsed its structure. Unofficially, the crew began calling the event the Screamer. News never made it beyond classified research files. Too little to show, too much to question. And yet, that same week, an amateur radio operator on Guam reported hearing a mechanical wail over a long-wave maritime band, rising and falling like a signal, but never repeating. It happened at 2:08 a.m., 1 minute after the Pelagia Dawn heard the scream. No connection was made. No one wanted to make it, but something else did. By the time the Pelagia Dawn returned to port, its crew had grown quiet, not anxious, not paranoid, just subdued. They didn't talk about what they'd seen on the feed. They didn't mention the smear, or the scream, or the strange way the water beneath the ship had gone unnaturally still for hours afterward. They just handed over the logs and left. But for weeks afterward, scattered signals emerged from the trench, strange, clipped pings caught by other deep-sea monitors across the Pacific. Each signal was faint, seemingly random, but when layered and analyzed, they formed a pattern. Not a message, not language, but motion. The signals rose, not outward, but upward. One by one, they ascended the water column before vanishing. No creature matched the trace. No current explained the vertical climb. They weren't pings from our world. They were echoes of something passing through it. In May 2015, a Japanese research pod, Kibon 3, stationed on the trench's eastern shoulder, picked up a sudden drop in ambient vibration. Ocean floors always hum, seismic tremors, shifting rock, distant magma. But for 6 minutes, everything fell flat, like a theater gone silent. And then came the sound. Not a scream this time. Not human, not animal. A sound like the shearing of glass, drawn through miles of dark water, soft at first, then rising. Not loud, but present. The pod's cameras turned toward the source automatically. At 11,000 meters, the light showed nothing, but the sonar showed something immense, rising, not in speed, but in certainty. A slow, deliberate climb, through density, no creature should endure. The team on the surface hesitated to move. They let the pod drift, and for a brief moment, just 6 seconds, they caught a glimpse. It wasn't a body, it was a shape, pale and smooth, barely catching the light, like a section of spine, rising through milk. It coiled, just once, and then folded away, like a curtain closing behind a play never meant to be watched. That section of footage never leaked, but a still frame, grainy, filtered, almost sculptural in the way the shape curved, appeared briefly on an oceanic cryptid forum before being scrubbed. It was labeled simply, "From below." What makes the Screamer different from other trench phenomena isn't its volume, it's the consistency. Since the initial 2015 event, at least 7 independent research efforts have logged nearly identical anomalies. A vertical rise, a harmonic sweep rising in pitch, no lateral motion, a single curving shape, pale and unsegmented, no propulsion, and a signature pressure displacement, sudden, wide, then gone. It doesn't leave bones, it doesn't disrupt current patterns, it doesn't behave like a predator. It rises, and then disappears. Theorists have offered ideas, all fragile. One posits a form of extremophile invertebrate, a massive gelatinous species adapted to trench depths, using pressure shifts as a kind of elevator system, rising only during seismic lulls. Another suggests it's a non-organic phenomenon, a self-folding pressure membrane, the result of submarine gas pockets collapsing inward in a spiral. But both theories fail to explain the structure. The vertebrae, the sense, always described the same way, that it sees without eyes. One deep diver who reviewed the footage anonymously wrote, "It felt like we were watching something that had always been there. Not new, not alien, just old, and finally moving. There are whispers, nothing official, that the Screamer has been heard before." In 1969, a Soviet deep-sea monitoring post logged what it described as a vertical acoustic anomaly in the same region. It rose over 4 minutes, curved in pitch, and ended at 52 Hz. The file was classified, but a translated excerpt surfaced in a Cold War declassification dump decades later. The final entry read, "Not seismic, not whale, motion impossible, origin, below plate line." That term, below plate line, caught the attention of geologists, because it implies motion not within the crust, but beneath it, a chamber, a hollow, or something deeper. In a 2017 paper that was later retracted, a group of fringe researchers suggested that parts of the trench might be connected to an unmapped vertical tunnel system, ancient tectonic scars that lead not just down, but through. They theorized the Screamer wasn't rising to investigate, it was leaving something below, or returning to it. Of course the idea was dismissed, but the recordings remain, too consistent to ignore, too eerie to explain. And there's another mystery. The scream itself, that signature rising call, has now been detected in other oceans, not often, not clearly, but faint traces have appeared. In the Peru-Chile Trench, in the Kermadec, and once near the Puerto Rico Trench, always deep, always rising, always alone, which means it moves, not in packs, not in migrations, but cyclically perhaps, or eternally. So what is it? A living fossil, a leviathan, a memory of something Earth has buried and is trying to forget. Or maybe it's a kind of deep system alarm, not a creature at all, but an expression of something vast shifting in the dark, like bones settling inside the crust of the world. The Screamer leaves nothing behind, just a trembling in the hull, a smear on a lens, a harmonic that stays in your chest long after your ears go silent, and the feeling universal, chilling, that whatever it was, noticed you. There is a point, somewhere in the dark beneath the Western Pacific, where the weight of the world becomes more than metaphor, at depths beyond comprehension, where pressure folds steel and sound travels sideways, the trench sleeps, and something inside it breathes, not with lungs, not with need, but with rhythm, a rhythm that sometimes climbs. In 2020, a group of marine geophysicists deployed a new class of autonomous gliders into the trench. These long-range vehicles were designed to listen rather than see, mapping the trench not through imagery, but through pressure fluctuations and acoustic reflection. The gliders were set to travel in tight spirals, drifting deeper in loops while relaying data to an overhead relay drone. For the first 2 days, all was routine. Microquakes logged, vent signatures confirmed. But on the third night, as the gliders reached just past 10,000 meters, the signal changed. The relay drone, which hovered in low orbit to avoid the shifting surface storms, received a tone, a continuous rising frequency that didn't fit any known tectonic signature. It began at 35 Hz, then 36, then 37, ticking upward like a slow countdown, until it halted, once again, at 52 Hz. The transmission then cut off. When the surface crew retrieved the datapod weeks later, they discovered that the glider's final depth reading had frozen during the tone, as if the sensors had stopped not from malfunction, but from confusion. They simply ceased measuring. The tone, meanwhile, had recorded a harmonic shift in surrounding water density, not due to salinity or heat, but something else, something not yet catalogued. And in the final second before the blackout, the onboard accelerometer registered a sudden downward spike, not pressure-driven, but massive, like something moving beneath it, rising just long enough to distort the water column, then vanishing again into silence. Researchers later confirmed the glider had been lightly dented on its underbelly. No collision alarms were triggered. The surface of the dent was clean, curved, and faintly scorched, as if it had brushed against something smooth and hot in a place that should be nothing but cold. The lead researcher, Dr. Selin Winnow, released a brief statement to the team. The trench does not just hold the Earth's deepest point, it may be the door to something older than our concept of water. Her notes were never published. That same year, on the other side of the globe, a seismic listening station in the Atlantic recorded a match, a rising harmonic spike, faint and nearly buried in tectonic noise, ending again at 52 Hz. The station dismissed it as a misfiled reading, but someone in the network noticed. A graduate student studying signal parity cross-referenced the tone with archived trench anomalies. The result was unsettling. The signature matched every known Screamer event, not in shape, but in acceleration. It was as though the tone, each time, were rising towards something, not a frequency, but a surface. That's the pattern, always vertical, never lateral, never circling, just up. Why? That remains the question. If it were seeking prey, there would be signs. If it were exploring, it might linger. If it were migrating, the path would leave evidence. But it doesn't. It rises, then it's gone. Some researchers now believe the Screamer may not be a biological entity at all. They've begun to describe it with different language: geometric resonance, density event, subsurface interface. One chilling proposal comes from Dr. Nahid Al-Hari, who published a suppressed thesis on pre-tectonic intelligence. Her theory, that beneath the crust of the Earth, where molten layers interact with fluidized rock, there may exist slow-living conscious geometries, not minds, not creatures, but structures that flex and shift and occasionally surface in the only place pressure allows: the trenches. These aren't alive, she says, in any way we understand, but they might remember, not thought, but motion, a kind of inherited momentum, stored over millions of years and released as a climb. In that framework, the Screamer isn't a being, it's a thought surfacing, a shape remembered by the Earth itself. It would explain the scream, not as pain or fear, but as the sound of dimensional movement, a side effect of emergence, the noise of something moving through a medium it was never meant to pass. Of course, most dismiss her ideas. They're too abstract, too poetic. But the events continue. In late 2022, a cargo vessel crossing the Western Pacific, one far outside usual research paths, recorded a disturbance. The ship's underhull sensors registered a massive, smooth and perfectly symmetrical thermal bloom, a heat spike rising from below without any nearby volcanic activity. It lasted only 12 seconds, and during that time, the ship's stabilizers lost calibration, not entirely, just drifted. as if the water itself had momentarily realigned, then snapped back. The captain noted nothing in the official log, but the ship's steward, a woman named Anya, posted anonymously to a maritime message board. We hit calm water just after 3 a.m. I was on night rotation. I looked out, and the stars were gone, not from clouds, from below. Something was rising, and it carried the sky with it. That post was deleted, but the screen capture remains. Whether the screamer is a creature, a force, or a symptom of some larger mystery, it has become something else entirely now, a presence, one that doesn't chase, doesn't echo, just ascends, and with each appearance, each harmonic, each unbroken climb from the trench's mouth, we are reminded that the ocean is not just deep, it is older than us, more patient, and full of movements that do not care if we name them. The Mariana Screamer leaves no bones, only the suggestion that something vast and pale is rising slowly from below, and that we were never meant to see it. What lingers about the screamer isn't its sound, it's the way the silence that follows seems somehow changed, as if the world itself exhales slower afterward, as if the ocean, in hearing it, forgets for a moment how to be still. The final known encounter with the phenomenon, at least the final one publicly rumored, occurred not in a lab or aboard a research vessel, but from the edge of a deep-sea mining rig. The rig Caldera Theta floated high above the western rim of the Mariana Trench, scouting future excavation points. It was July 2023. Night had fallen. The sea was like inked glass, windless, moonless, warm from an unseasonably quiet storm season. At 1:39 a.m., the deck lights dimmed, not by operator command, but by internal system override. For 31 seconds, no one could restore power, and in that thin moment between function and fear, someone on deck whispered, "It's rising." What they saw next would never be formally reported, but 6 crew members later left the project, and one sent a message, encrypted, unverifiable, to an independent Oceanic Anomalies journal. In that message, the writer described looking over the edge and seeing nothing, no light, no shape, just an awareness. A pressure, moving upward through the water like a slow-moving silence, and then came the curve. Not a creature, not a body, a bend in space, like the sea had been gently folded from beneath. It moved in a spiral, vast, slow, deliberate, until the surface itself seemed to shimmer. The crew stood still, and the water blinked, not literally, not with eyes, but in a moment of contraction, like perception itself was being tested. Then the lights returned, and the pressure receded. No alarms, no damage, no one hurt. Only one thing changed. The deep sonar logs now held a new file, recorded automatically. A single, low, rising tone, 1.8 seconds, from 35 Hz to 52. Again, the file was scrubbed clean within days, but fragments remain, passed from hard drive to hard drive, unspoken, like folklore in binary. What all these events reveal, across decades, vessels, technologies, is not just a presence, but a consistency. The screamer behaves by rules unknown to us, but it follows them. It rises, it always rises, and it always ends, with silence. There are no fossil remains, no carcasses dragged up in nets, no physical trace to measure or dissect. And that may be the most haunting detail of all, because it suggests a life form, or a force, that does not end. One that does not die, but only waits, not in dormancy, not in hiding, but in rhythm. A rhythm as ancient as plate movement, as patient as water. What if we've misunderstood the ocean's deepest trenches? What if they're not just holes in the earth, but veins? And what if something is moving through them, not often, not in numbers, but singly, rising to look, then slipping back down to wherever the pressure folds time? A handful of philosophers within the oceanic research community have quietly speculated on this. One theory, proposed at an off-the-record roundtable in 2021, goes further than biology or geology. It calls the screamer a transition event, a phenomenon where deep-sea pressure acts like a film gate and occasionally allows something else to pass through, not from another place, but from another phase. They called it phase water, a layer of existence within the sea, inaccessible to us, not because it is far, but because it is tilted. We operate in one gradient of motion. The screamer, they say, may move between several, folding not just upward, but inward, spiraling through pressure like a needle through cloth. Is it alive? Maybe. But maybe aliveness isn't required. Maybe it's awareness without boundary, a structure that holds memory, a presence so large and so old, the ocean no longer recognizes it as foreign. In this theory, the Screamer is not a monster, but a memory made visible, a motion the Earth makes once every few decades, rising briefly through the medium of water to check if the surface has changed, if we've learned, if we've forgotten, or if we've grown too loud to hear it anymore. Because that's the other pattern. The Screamer comes when we are still, when our machine's quiet, when the surface is calm, and the trench has been listening. It does not speak, but it shows. And in the showing we are changed. Not radically, not forever, but in that quiet, shivering place behind the eyes, where we realize how deeply we don't belong here. Not in the sense of trespassing, but in the sense of being overheard. Whatever it is, creature, echo, or shape of a thought we weren't meant to touch, it rises, again and again, without war, without violence, only the sound of something vast, ascending through darkness, and then, gone. The Mariana Screamer doesn't teach, it doesn't warn, it simply moves. And in that movement, we are reminded that the ocean is not silent, it is just waiting, waiting for us to be still enough to notice what has always been there. The Baltic Sea is a quiet grave. It doesn't heave like the Atlantic, nor churn like the Pacific. Its storms are brief, its waves shallow, and its shoreline scattered with the memories of ships long surrendered to salt and silt. But now and then, the Baltic gives something back, and sometimes, what it returns is not recognized. In September of 1994, after a seasonal squall struck the southern Finnish coast, a morning patrol discovered a mass washed ashore near the edge of Hanko Peninsula. At first, it looked like driftwood, then like a whale carcass, and then not like anything at all. Local authorities cordoned the beach within the hour. The body, if it could be called that, was enormous, partially decayed, and bore no consistent skeletal structure. It lay twisted across the wet rocks, like a map folded in on itself. From a distance it resembled a whale. Up close, it was something else entirely. The flesh was pale, rubbery, and thin in places where bone should have breached. Yet the exposed frameworks were not bone, not ivory, not cartilage. They were dark, porous, almost metallic in some places, a lattice of unknown material, as if engineered, not evolved. Divers from the Finnish border guard swept the surrounding waters for remains, but no trail was found, no matching injuries on local vessels, no signs of net entanglement. Only one clue was recovered from the shoreline, a torn, wet section of what looked like gill tissue, studded with smooth black ridges that pulsed slightly when touched. Even hours after landfall, it was preserved. But within 24 hours, it dissolved entirely inside its container, leaving behind a fine shimmering dust. Samples were sent to marine biology labs in Sweden and Germany. Results were inconclusive. Some elements matched known deep-sea organisms, bristleworms, amphipods, pelagic tunicates, but others did not. The full lab report, released under limited circulation, included one sentence that was later redacted in all subsequent versions. Tissue memory, inconsistent with any known degeneration pathway, suggests engineered collapse, not decay. It was this line that gave rise to the name whispered by those who saw it, the driftback, because the thing that washed ashore wasn't killed, it wasn't hunted or stranded, it had returned. But from where and as what, no one could say. By the second day, it began to change. Witnesses described a subtle shrinking, as if the mass were deflating from within, not decomposing, just folding inward. By the third day, the body had collapsed into a tangle of fibrous matter, slick and grey, and by the morning of the fourth, it was gone. Waves had pulled it away, or so the reports claimed. But one volunteer patrol officer, who had camped nearby to monitor the perimeter, told a different story in his later years. He said it didn't wash away. He said it stood up, not like a creature rising to walk, but like something being unfolded by invisible hands, lifted and straightened until it hung upright in the dawn fog, trembling once, and then collapsing into the surf without a trace. He never told the press. Only his granddaughter, years later, who recorded his story as part of a family oral history project. The recording survives, and in it, the man's voice breaks slightly when he says, "It was bones that didn't match. It was breathing, but not like us." None of this appeared in the official files. The incident was categorized as an unknown marine anomaly, and references to the structure were replaced with euphemisms, organic tangle, suspected cetacean remains, marine detritus. But rumors persisted, especially among the divers. Over the next few years, 3 different diving teams in the Baltic Sea reported something strange at mid-depth, cold zones, where the water dropped several degrees unexpectedly, forming vertical columns of stillness. Inside these pockets, visibility dropped to 0, lights failed, and sound, even the bubbles of a diver's own breath, seemed muted. 2 divers, on separate occasions, emerged reporting the same thing, a shape, seen only in brief silhouette, long, arched, ribbed like a centipede, but wider, slower, trailing what looked like collapsed fins or folded limbs. One described it as an exhale given form, another refused to dive again. When pressed for detail, both offered the same metaphor. It was coming apart, but still moving. That phrase, coming apart, became shorthand in Baltic naval training manuals for non-lethal hallucinations due to pressure stress. But in private, sonar operators began flagging a pattern. Every few months, without warning, a brief cluster of acoustic mismatches would appear just east of Gotland, dissonant returns that didn't register as vessels, fish, or underwater terrain. They were fragmented, like echoes off of something that wasn't whole. These pings always followed the same arc, rising slightly in the water column, then flattening out, then vanishing entirely. Each event lasted less than 45 seconds, too short to classify, too long to ignore, and always, they were followed by a brief, low hum, not mechanical, not organic, a kind of spatial buzz, like the world had hiccuped. Those who believe in the driftback say the body that washed ashore wasn't an individual, it was a fragment, a section of something greater, a piece torn loose, not by death, but by misalignment. They believe that beneath the Baltic lies more than sediment and wreckage. They believe the sea has layers, and that sometimes, in rare places where pressure, salt, and silence intersect just right, things surface from in between. The driftback, they say, was never meant to arrive. It was a mistake, a slippage, a memory that floated upward, and what we saw was only what held together long enough to collapse gracefully. What if the ocean's lost creatures don't always sink? What if once in a long while, they rise, not to return, but to fail differently, to drift back? There's something uncanny about the Baltic Sea's shallowness, a deceptive calm that masks its history of lost ships, sunken cities, and strange remains washing ashore with no name. And while most eyes focus on the wrecks, on the rusting hulls of Cold War submarines, or the sunken outlines of medieval trade vessels, others have begun watching something far less tangible, the slow appearance of unmatched anatomy. In 2002, a private archaeology team was diving near the Gulf of Bothnia, investigating submerged structures believed to be Bronze Age remnants. They expected old timber, perhaps carved stones, but what they found, scattered along the silty floor, were rib-like shapes jutting from the sand. Not wood, not whale. Material analysis came back inconclusive. The struts were porous, slightly magnetic, and bore thin lattice-like openings, far too delicate to support pressure at depth, yet intact. Some were 3 meters long, others branched into fans, curving like a creature's collapsed chest. But there was no central skeleton, no skull, just ribs, and between them, slivers of tissue that had somehow mummified in the cold brine, resisting rot. One researcher, a Swedish biologist named Henrik Tallström, wrote a single-page memo to the Funding Institute. This is not decomposition, it's architecture. Something grew in this shape on purpose. The bones were never displayed publicly. They were turned over to a Baltic defense contractor for environmental risk assessment, and were never seen again. But behind closed doors, photos circulated, and among certain forums, places where sonar techs, retired naval officers, and deep-sea anomaly hunters share stories, the term driftback took on new weight. It wasn't just a one-time event, it was a pattern. Wreck divers began reporting changes in sonar returns around certain known sites, not missing ships, but soft returns, like ghost hulls drifting at depth, as if a body without mass was moving past, too slow for wake, too brief for shadow. In 2007, a Polish salvage crew off the Hel Peninsula retrieved an unmarked crate from an overturned freighter. Inside were fragments of something dark and coiled, wet, still pliable, yet giving off no odor of decay. The material bore what looked like stitched seams, too regular to be random, too asymmetrical to be man-made. Each edge was lined with faint grooves, and when placed under magnification, researchers found tiny nodules, like pressure-sensitive pores, not plant, not animal, not fabric, just something that had once formed a shape and no longer knew how to hold it. The crate was sealed and handed to private maritime regulators. Its contents vanished, but a diver on that crew, now retired, claimed he still dreams of it. It wasn't alive, but it wasn't dead either. It looked like something that had fallen out of place, like it remembered being part of a whole and had come loose. In the years following that discovery, the Baltic experienced an uptick in shoreline anomalies. Small fragments began appearing after storms, rubbery scales, ribbon-like cartilage, folded semi-transparent sheets, no longer than a man's arm. They were dismissed as jellyfish blooms or industrial waste. But one sample taken by a marine toxicology unit showed chemical traces not used in any Baltic manufacturing. No known ship part, no artificial polymer. It degraded in sunlight and fluoresced faintly under moonlight. The material was preserved for a week before dissolving into a fine, salt-colored powder. To date, no one has explained the chemical structure, only that it doesn't repeat naturally, and that it never appears in the same place twice. The driftback, then, is more than a corpse. It's a glitch, a folding of form that briefly survives surface contact before falling apart. One theory holds that the Baltic Sea, due to its enclosed shape, salinity anomalies, and underground methane pockets, is a kind of biological trap. Creatures or fragments from deeper systems may occasionally float upward, carried by unknown convection paths, where they become stranded in our world, like deep-sea relics exhaled too fast, breaking apart in the wrong pressure. Under this idea, the driftback isn't alive. It's the broken memory of something that was. But other voices disagree. A retired geotechnical analyst from Denmark proposed a more radical idea during a closed-session conference in 2015. His name was Otto Henrik. His proposal was never published, but notes from his talk, shared informally, included this phrase: "The Baltic may not be a sea, it may be a lens, a curved layer in the Earth's surface where biology and geometry temporarily overlap." In this hypothesis, water is not just a medium, but a threshold, and when conditions align, things drift through it, from other places, other forms, not aliens, not cryptids, but folds, collapsed versions of something we were never meant to unfold. The driftback may be a piece of a creature that never evolved in our biology, or the remnant of a living structure passing too close to a world with rules it cannot survive. Henrik referred to them as failed crossings. He suggested the body in 1994 didn't just wash up, it materialized, exhaled from the Baltic's shallows like a partial thought, folding back into dissolution the moment it encountered our pressure, gravity, and definition. He ended his talk with a single image, a sketch of a coiled, arched form, ribbed, finned and folded like a flower, made of vertebrae, and beneath it, a single line, returned. But not from us. It may be that the sea, with all its currents and collisions, sometimes gives birth to more than we can measure. It may be that between the wrecks, something else is drifting, something that was never whole to begin with, and doesn't need to be. Because its purpose is not to swim or feed or mate, its purpose is to fold, to rise in stillness, break into pieces, and vanish, not as death, but as a kind of symmetry lost in motion. The driftback is not a monster, it is not a warning, it is the shadow of a shape that no longer holds, and when it surfaces, briefly, tangled in the wrong water, we are reminded that not everything in the sea lives by our rules. Some things rise simply to fall apart. The sea doesn't always return things the way we left them. It wears them down, twists their edges, softens their meaning. So when the Baltic gives something back, it's never the full story, just fragments. But sometimes, those fragments speak more loudly than a complete form ever could. In the autumn of 2016, a naval training exercise off the coast of Estonia encountered something that never made it to the official logs. The exercise involved sonar calibration, deploying test buoys and dummy mines, charting the shallow trench networks near Saaremaa. But one of the submarines, a small quiet-class vessel used for shallow maneuvering, recorded something strange. At 3:03 a.m., the sub's forward sonar detected a folded shape, motionless on the seabed. The return suggested something hollow, large and asymmetrical, not a wreck, not rock, The crew paused to adjust positioning, and when the pilot turned the lights toward it, the shape moved, not away, not aggressively, but with a fluid, inward motion, as if something had coiled back inside itself and closed. The pilot later described it as a bag of ribs collapsing into a knot. They didn't investigate further. They didn't need to. The next morning, the crew noted a thin film of material caught in the vent intake. It wasn't algae. It wasn't even wet. It was dry, despite having just emerged from 20 meters of cold seawater. A thread-like mesh, slightly translucent, that crumbled under light. When tested, the substance refused categorization. It was not alive, but it had once been part of something that responded to motion. The material exhibited slight magnetic alignment when placed near a compass, not strong, but enough that the needle turned. And when magnified, the thread showed tiny hexagonal pores, not cellular, not vascular, just shaped, engineered by something that wasn't engineering. That thread was sealed in a container and sent to a secure marine biology lab in Kiel. It dissolved within 48 hours. No sample remains, but the sub's external camera footage was reviewed later, frame by frame, and in the soft focus of its light cone, just before the shape withdrew, there was a flicker, not from the object, but from the surrounding water, a shimmer, like heat distortion, or pressure trying to flatten something back into place. The term used by the reviewing officer was spatial tension, and that's become the phrase now whispered among oceanographers who followed the driftback reports. The suggestion that whatever we're seeing in these moments is not a creature coming to the surface, but something that should not be here, caught halfway between a pressure state and a geometry it can't maintain. It folds, and then it gives up. A kind of tidal memory, they say, not something alive, not something dead, but a tension being released. This would explain why no full specimen has ever survived more than a few hours on shore, why the bones crumble, why the soft tissue retracts inward rather than decay outward, and why the so-called driftbacks don't bleed, but shrink. In 2019, a Lithuanian marine photographer captured a series of wide-angle images of a sandbar near Klaipėda. At low tide, a bizarre shape had surfaced, long, flat, striated with faint organic lines, like a fossil unfolding along the beach. But when approached, the shape appeared hollow, and beneath the surface, nothing, just a depression in the sand, as though something had pressed up through the beach, then deflated back into the sea. Her photos show a strange hexagonal symmetry in the silt, not perfect, but too regular to be chance. Within an hour, the tide returned, the shape vanished. She posted the photos anonymously. They were removed within days, but those who saved them still whisper the name, driftback. That same year, a small fishing vessel operating in the Gulf of Riga reported snagging an unidentifiable net mass. It tore loose before reaching the surface. What remained was a translucent membrane, clinging to the trawl lines like a peeled film of skin. It held faint ridges, and along the edge, what looked like a row of fused eyes. Not eyes, as in vision, but optical structures, fixed in place, blackened, and closed. By the time the sample reached the surface, it had turned to jelly. But one crew member took a photo. It shows a flat oval glistening in the sunlight, with 8 symmetrical nodes along its arc, not unlike a spider's eye cluster, but smoother, alien, unblinking, and then, gone. The photo exists in fragments, degraded from countless message board reposts, but the image persists. Like all driftback remnants, it survives only as a question. So what are they? A failed lifeform, a collapse in evolution, or something drifting between layers of the sea, between types of being, touching the surface only when its own shape betrays it? One speculative biologist wrote, "The driftback may not be a species, or even a specimen. It may be a gesture, a failed attempt at emergence, a brief act of reaching, rendered incoherent by pressure and time." Another theory suggests these aren't accidents at all, but rituals, a kind of programmed unfolding, performed by a system deep within the sea, like the shedding of skin, the molting of a thought we aren't equipped to understand. Not prey, not predator, just motion, something that doesn't belong here, being shaped and unshaped by where it rises. And we, standing at the water's edge, never see the whole. We only see what's left after the collapse, what the tide couldn't hold. The Baltic driftback may never be named, it may never be found intact, but it continues to surface, just briefly, just long enough for someone to wonder what kind of creature breaks apart when it arrives, and more importantly, what kind of sea allows it to come back again. In the end, what haunts us about the driftback is not its form, it's the way it fails. It doesn't die, it doesn't resist, it simply collapses, piece by piece, as though the world it surfaces into is too crude or too real for it to stay, and still, it comes. The most recent known incident occurred in 2022, though it was never acknowledged publicly. A ferry between Stockholm and Tallinn encountered an obstruction, a slow drifting mass that floated into view beneath the ship during a windless pre-dawn crossing. No impact was recorded, no damage, but the captain slowed course as a precaution, and for 20 minutes the ship passed over a strange unbroken curve. Passengers on the lower deck with windows reported a strange glow, not from above, but from below. Not bioluminescent, just a faint radiance, like light trying to escape something it couldn't fully illuminate. Several thought it was ice, others assumed plankton bloom, but those who watched closely said the shape didn't drift with the current, it held position. It moved with the ferry, not under it. As though watching the watchers, the footage from onboard cameras was later reported as corrupted, and by dawn there was nothing left in the water but a shimmering trail of particulate, like crushed glass, suspended in sea foam. An environmental team took water samples. The only anomaly detected was the presence of a rare protein, one that had only been seen once before, in the dissolved remains of the 1994 carcass on the Hanko shore. Same structure, same instability, same drift toward vanishing, and still no name. In back rooms and hushed conversations, the theory has begun to shift. Some no longer believe the driftback is an accident. They believe it's a loop, a repeating event, a process without beginning or end, not a thing that tries to arrive and fails, but something that has to fail in order to exist at all. One oceanographer compared it to a musical note struck on an unplayable instrument, something that rings out not as music, but as resonance, haunting the air after the hand is gone. The driftback, he said, is what happens when something tries to rise into being, but carries with it the laws of a different depth, laws that fracture on contact with ours. And each time it rises, each time it unfolds and falls apart, we catch only its echo, never its name. There are stories now, not from ships, not from divers, but from people who walk the coastline at dawn. They speak of strange shapes in the water, of soft ripples with no wind, of low hums that seem to rise not from the air, but from the sand itself, as though the beach were remembering. In 2023, an artist from Riga began sculpting pale, twisted figures from driftwood and kelp. She claimed to have dreamed of them, not once, but repeatedly, always rising, always collapsing, always reaching for the surface with limbs that broke apart at the joints. One of her sculptures was displayed briefly before it dissolved in rain. Another was stolen, but the sketchbook she left behind included a single caption, written beneath the image of a curling, ribbed form wrapped in sea thread and fog. This is what tries to reach us, and fails with grace. That phrase, fails with grace, has stuck with many who followed the driftback story, because no part of it is hostile. Nothing about its motion suggests fear or defense. It doesn't strike, it doesn't run, it lets go, and that letting go may be the point. Could it be that the driftback is not a creature, but a gesture, a fragment of some greater presence that exists too far below for us to perceive? Testing, in brief, dissolving loops, what it means to surface. Or maybe the sea itself is testing. Maybe this is the ocean trying to create form, shaping itself into echoes of the living, folding water and memory into something that might one day learn how to hold together, but hasn't yet. One marine theologian, a rare voice in this conversation, once asked if the ocean dreams, what language does it dream in? And what if the driftback is that dream waking, for just a moment? It's a question without an answer, and perhaps that's why the driftback remains so compelling, not because it proves something, but because it withholds everything, leaving us only with the shape of something unfinished, and the sense that whatever it was trying to become, will try again. Someday, maybe when the tide is low enough, when the sky is quiet, when no one is looking directly, when the water is still, and the world forgets how to define what does not arrive cleanly. The Baltic has given us warships and cities, bones and bronze, but the driftback is different. It has no history, only attempts, only returns. And each time it fails. Not completely, not tragically, but with the kind of failure that feels like an unfinished breath. The kind that might one day hold. So if you walk the beach at night, and see the tide retreat further than it should, and smell salt without wind, and hear the faint sound of something folding just offshore, don't run, don't reach, just wait, and know that something is trying to return, even if the sea can only remember it in pieces. Where the Atlantic laps against the bone-dry Namibian coast, there is a line where color forgets how to behave. Here, ocean meets desert. Dunes rise straight from the surf like the backs of sleeping beasts. Waves roll into rust-red cliffs and vanish beneath winds that carry sand so fine, it scours paint from ships, and now and then the sea turns red. A bloom, vast, drifting and alive with plankton, paints the water in hues of blood and rust. These red tides are known, studied, charted, but not all of them behave. In April 2018, one such bloom crept toward the shore with abnormal speed. It pooled near Walvis Bay, staining the tide pools and leaving dead fish in its wake. That much was not new. What was new, what remains unexplained, was what rose from within it. Satellite imaging first showed the anomaly at 2:13 a.m., captured by an infrared weather sweep. A heat void, larger than any known whale, appeared suddenly at the bloom's northern edge. It wasn't cold, it was absent. Light bent strangely around it. The shape had no signature, but it was moving. Marine biologists dispatched a drone from a nearby research vessel to investigate. Its live feed showed an empty bloom thick with pigment and decay. The water rolled like oil, slow, viscous. Then something broke the surface. It wasn't a splash, there was no breach, only the slow emergence of a curve, glassy, translucent and broad as a sail. At first they thought it was a whale rolling sideways, then a jellyfish. Then they stopped guessing, because the shape kept rising. Out of the red water came a sheet of translucent matter, smooth and veined with pale gold threads, like the inside of a petal stretched over glass. It wasn't rigid, it rippled, it glowed. The glow didn't pulse. It sank, starting bright, then dimming as the sheet fully uncurled above the surface. It hovered there, barely touching the waterline, and within seconds the red bloom beneath it began to swirl, not from wind, not from current, from underneath. Something vast hidden below was turning. The sheet, like a dorsal fin or a sail, shifted slightly to catch some unknown current. Then it folded downward and disappeared beneath the surface. The bloom dimmed with it. By sunrise the water had cleared. Of the hundreds of dead fish that had floated earlier, none remained. Not one. Marine authorities issued no statement, but the footage leaked anonymously 2 weeks later, spread in silence across niche research channels. In the clip, a single frame stands out, the moment the sheet reaches its highest point. For one breathless second, the light passing through it forms a pattern, not random, not natural, something like a spiral of eyes, dozens, not shaped like ours, but arranged with chilling intent, arced downward, staring directly into the bloom. Reviewers tried to call it pareidolia, the human tendency to find meaning in chaos, but others weren't so quick to dismiss, because in the same frame something deeper could be glimpsed. Below the bloom, in the red mist, a coil pale, enormous, like a tail folding into itself, not slithering, resting, and that's where the name came from. The Namibian bloom giant. It never rose again, but the stories continued. Fishermen began to whisper of false calm, of days when the sea turned still too quickly, when birds circled wide but never landed, when the water shimmered even without sun. One trawler reported their nets coming back empty, not broken, not tangled, but clean, as if something had brushed them smooth before release. Another claimed they saw the glow in their wake, just for a moment, just under the foam. And one woman, an amateur diver filming reef footage near the Skeleton Coast, captured a 10-second clip of the sand shifting beneath her, not as a current, but as if something massive was adjusting its position in the deeper shelf, stirring the seabed gently, before falling still again. She surfaced early. The clip, posted briefly to a private account, bore no commentary, but in the distance faintly, a hum can be heard, not mechanical, not animal, a slow vibrating presence, like pressure deciding which direction to push. Marine geochemists meanwhile puzzled over the 2018 bloom itself. It contained high levels of iron, yes, as expected from local upwelling, But it also showed traces of rare earth elements, usually found in volcanic sediment or in deep trench discharge. And therein lies the impossible detail, because the Namibian coast has no trench. So where did it come from? Where did the heat void begin? Where did the sheet rise from? No one could answer, and perhaps no one should, because the bloom giant is not a puzzle to be solved. It is a pause in the expected rhythm of biology, a moment where the sea tries on something too big to name, then lets it slip away again, quiet and slow. Some think it was a feeding shape, a surface organ for something that lives too deep to rise whole. Others call it a signal, a flag or wing sent upward to test the warmth above. And a few, the quiet ones, suggest it was a mistake, a limb or structure not meant to breach, broken loose by some unknown shift in the deeper dark. But all agree, it was not passive. It saw, and the bloom it hovered over did not survive its gaze. The ocean near Namibia doesn't forget. It holds heat in strange ways, traps it beneath thermoclines that move like breath through silt. And when the surface reddens with bloom, something stirs, not just biologically, but architecturally. After the 2018 sighting, researchers began examining old weather data and satellite readings from similar blooms going back decades. Patterns emerged. In 1997, 2004, 2011, all years when unusually large red tides struck the coast, thermal imaging captured short-lived, low-temperature shadows spreading outward across the bloom's edge, always oval, always moving just below the surface, never staying longer than a few hours. The shapes were ignored at the time, labeled anomalies, image artifacts, data drift. But overlaid together they formed something chilling, a recurring motion path, almost orbital, like the same form, or family of forms, had risen multiple times to skim beneath the blood-colored tides, before falling back down. They weren't breaching, they weren't feeding, they were passing through. That's when a new hypothesis was floated, one whispered quietly among fringe marine theorists. What if red blooms aren't just biological events? What if they're doors? Some researchers already knew that blooms change light penetration and surface temperature, but what they rarely discuss is how blooms alter pressure, subtly, but enough to shift how sound moves and how temperature layers arrange themselves in the top 10 meters of sea. The 2018 event, for instance, coincided with a temperature inversion, where the water above was slightly colder than the layer just below, trapping heat like a soft lid. The result, a shallow pressure bubble, something that could conceal motion or invite it. Into this bubble rose the bloom giant, slowly, gently, without breach or violence. One ocean acoustics engineer described it best. Whatever it is, it waits for bloom, not just to hide in, but to survive in. The bloom acts like camouflage, yes, but also like a sheath, a membrane where something that can't exist in clean water might drift, even briefly. But what kind of organism rises only during algal bloom? What kind of creature glows in its own shadow? What being is shaped not like an animal, but like weather? A geobiologist from Norway, Dr. Ellen Haldorsen, proposed something radical. She called it migratory surface anatomy. Her theory held that the bloom giant may not be a full creature, but a part, an exposed lobe, sail, or skin of something larger, moving beneath the seabed itself. The sheet-like form, with its threads and translucency, was more like a sensory canopy, sent upward not to hunt, but to read. Its job wasn't to breach, it was to taste the surface, light, current, bloom density, and return the data downward, not through technology, through form. That would explain the structure, broad, fragile, semi-permeable, and it would explain why it never remained above water more than seconds. It couldn't. She compared it to a flower's stamen, brushing the air briefly in spring, then closing again. Others pushed the idea further. What if the whole ocean deep below is laced with life that doesn't resemble life as we know it? And now and then, these massive systems send up probes of themselves, soft forms, fragile limbs, blooming sensors, to touch the surface, just long enough to know we're still here. And if that were true, then what happened next makes sense. Because the blooms changed. In 2019, the next major red tide event didn't follow the normal pattern. It bloomed rapidly, like always, staining a vast expanse of coast, but then, it receded faster than expected. Within 48 hours, nearly a third of the bloom had collapsed. Oxygen levels spiked, dead zones cleared. No one could explain it, but satellite records from the night before the collapse showed another heat void, smaller, more curved. moving fast, as if something had risen again, and this time brought others. That year, a military drone on routine patrol captured flickers of motion beneath the red water, not large enough to alarm, but strange, rippling arcs, lines that bent too smoothly, structures that weren't fish. The footage, when slowed, revealed a thin looping shape, like the edge of a ribbon slicing laterally through bloom, then another, and another. No wakes, no splashes, just soft movement, like reading fingers on a curtain of sea. They didn't rise far, they didn't linger. By dawn the bloom was retreating. Some believe the giant returned, and brought more folds of itself, more sails, more threads, more soft instruments that drift through water like silk dragged through ink. And then when the reading was done, it left without sound, without claim, just a slowly clearing sea, and the fading memory of glowing lines beneath red waves. But not everyone saw that as neutral. One Namibian local, whose family had fished the coast for 3 generations, said it differently. It rose to see if we had changed, and maybe it was disappointed. That idea has become harder to ignore, that the bloom giant doesn't rise in curiosity, but in witness, that it isn't measuring the bloom, but measuring us through it. Are we louder, more polluted, more chaotic, and does it judge, or just record? A final anomaly came in 2021. A research float drifting near Swakopmund recorded a sudden drop in water tension during a bloom, a collapse, like suction. For 12 seconds the ocean surface sank visibly, just centimeters, but unmistakably, and when it leveled again, the bloom's color had changed, less red, more violet, almost bruised. The float's camera, though low-res, caught the afterimage of something massive moving away, a curve so wide it didn't fit the frame, and in the water, a faint ripple glowed behind it, pulsing 3 times, then fading, a signal, a goodbye. No one knows, no one expects to, because whatever the Namibian bloom giant is, it does not arrive, it does not hunt, it emerges, like a breath released from the deep layers of the world, then slides back down without asking permission, and each time it does, the sea clears. The birds return, the fish stay away, and we are left to wonder, did something come up, or did something far below briefly remember how to rise? The 2021 violet bloom left more than a ripple, it left a silence. For weeks after, marine activity along the Namibian coast dropped to near nothing, the seabirds grew scarce, the fishing yields plummeted, and strange interference disrupted sonar. For nearly 3 nautical miles around the bloom zone, boats reported static, mapping vessels received fragmented echoes, sharp lines with no return pulse, as if something absorbed the sound itself, not scattered, taken, and always the same shape beneath the surface, long, wide, soft-edged, unfathomably still. Scientists aboard a South African environmental ship, the Esho Maru, recorded an underwater acoustic signature they initially mistook for seabed subsidence, a broad, low-frequency thrum, almost a sigh, that resonated not just through water but through the ship's hull. It made lights flicker, it rattled loose a dozen wall-mounted instruments, and it faded as quickly as it came, leaving no seismic traces. But what followed was stranger. Over the next 4 nights, the crew witnessed 3 identical blooms rise and vanish within hours. Same size, same pigment, same curling edges at the periphery. A shape like fabric stirred from beneath. Each one emerged where the sound had last been heard. Each one faded without trace, as though something had risen to test the surface again and again, not with one sail, but with multiple, each one less stable than the last. Marine photographer Julia Hendrickson, stationed aboard, described what she saw on the second night. It was like the sea tried to remember the first one, but it didn't quite get the shape right this time. She photographed a thin arc on the water, barely visible, like the edge of a bubble too large to see whole. In the center, a soft pulse of light. No source, just a gleam, like breath caught on glass. The image, when enhanced, showed a subtle pattern, tiny thread-like lines running in parallel, as though stitched into the water itself. Engineers who examined the photo said the lines resembled biological microfibers, but none matched any known jellyfish, cephalopod, or gelatinous plankton. There was structure, there was design. More unsettling still, the lines appeared to curve toward a central axis, like a massive invisible spiral. That spiral was never seen directly, but in the following weeks, Red tides across the southern Atlantic showed similar degradation patterns: sudden collapse, fish dispersal, trace elements left behind, vanadium, bismuth, trace cesium, all in ratios suggesting interaction with extreme pressure environments. It was as if something from the deep had risen briefly, touched the upper layers, and brought with it the memory of pressure too heavy for the upper world. One researcher phrased it poetically: the deep exhaled, and the bloom caught fire. There are now whispers in the marine research community about layered intelligences, not in the usual biological sense, but in form and function, organisms that do not think as we do, but rather unfold knowledge through structure. To them, a sail might be a sense organ, a ripple, a word, a bloom, a moment of alignment, where sea and shape and pressure all synchronize long enough to allow expression. What if the Namibian bloom giant is not a single creature, but a phenomenon, a language spoken only when conditions are right? And what if those conditions are becoming more frequent? Satellite images from 2022 recorded multiple bloom formations off West Africa. At first glance, they appeared typical, but closer inspection showed repeating geometry in the pigment, faint concentric rings that radiated outward in harmonic intervals. Nature rarely paints in symmetry at that scale. Something was guiding it. Then came the sound. The NOAA hydrophone array, stationed thousands of miles away in the mid-Atlantic, picked up a low-frequency tone at 1:22 a.m. on a windless night. The tone lasted 11 seconds. It rose in pitch slightly, then dropped, just once. The shape of its waveform matched the thrum recorded by Esho Maru the year before. This time, however, the signal was directional. It echoed faintly across 4 separate listening stations. Triangulation placed its origin within 5 kilometers of the most recent Namibian bloom site. Something had risen, and this time, spoken. Of course, no one will say this officially. No marine agency will acknowledge the idea of conscious behavior in a sea phenomenon, but privately, papers are circulating. They refer to repeating structural anomalies, to harmonic pigment propagation, to non-localized bloom triggers, and one buried in a graduate thesis offers a quiet, chilling phrase: the ocean may contain systems that don't reproduce, don't consume and don't migrate, but instead converse. What would that conversation be about? Not war, not territory, not hunger, but perhaps, just perhaps, awareness. Not of us, but of surface, of where pressure ends and air begins, and of what it might feel like to reach it, for just a moment, without coming apart. Because the bloom giant always vanishes, but not without trace. Each time the water clears faster, each time the birds return sooner, each time the shape is closer to whole, which leaves a final unspoken fear that one day it won't vanish, that the bloom will hold, that the shape will stabilize, and that we'll see it, not as light, not as smear, not as ripple, but as presence. And when that day comes, will we understand it? Or will it pass over us the way clouds pass over sea, briefly darkening the world, leaving behind only silence and a pressure we can't explain? By 2023, the red tides were no longer seen as events. They were seen as signals, not to ships, not to satellites, but to something below. The bloom off Namibia that year wasn't especially large. It didn't kill fish in great numbers, didn't draw flocks of gulls or media attention. It crept quietly across the surface like it always did, blood-colored, viscous, blooming without rush. But researchers watching from afar noted one peculiar anomaly: it pulsed. Every 4 minutes, a rhythmic darkening, barely perceptible in real time, but visible when satellite images were overlaid and played in sequence. Not a current, not a shadow, a pulse, regular, unchanging, like a heartbeat. That same week, a private research vessel monitoring migratory squid picked up seismic tremors, not large enough to be tectonic, not patterned like drilling or sonar pings. These tremors came from beneath the shelf, far beyond where any squid would dwell. They described it like rubbing glass with wet hands. Not sharp, not rough, but constant, a pressure that moved sideways, then withdrew, and through it all, the bloom pulsed. No breach was seen, no sail, no curve, no luminous thread, but something changed. Because when the bloom finally faded after 5 days, the water below it didn't return to normal. The salinity was different. The dissolved oxygen content had shifted. and the marine bacteria in the upper 5 meters were gone, not reduced, absent, as though something had cleaned the surface, or tested it. A month later, a drone filmed the first above-surface trace since the 2018 emergence, not in the bloom zone, but north, along the Angolan current, a shimmer, caught at dusk. The footage showed the ocean dimming, as if beneath a passing cloud, but the sky was clear, and just for 3 seconds, the water took on the texture of wet fabric, creased, layered, then smoothed. It vanished as quickly as it had come, no wake, no foam, just a slow return to normal chop. But the drone's thermal camera caught something else, a trail, warmer by just 1 degree, shaped like an elongated oval, moving steadily north into the darkness. What's more, in the hours after the sighting, plankton blooms nearby showed localized die-offs, forming tiny clean lanes through the algae, like something too delicate for turbulence, yet too large to avoid leaving a mark, had passed through. Some now believe the bloom giant is on the move, not just rising, but migrating, surfacing briefly under red tides, then slipping laterally through the world's warm currents, using blooms as windows, as airlocks, into our world. If that's true, then red tides are not coincidences, they're coordinates. The phenomenon might be global, the sighting's only a local fragment of a much broader system. There are whispers now, from the Gulf of Mexico, from Micronesia, even from the Bay of Bengal, of similar patterns, shifting blooms, sound anomalies, unexplained sonar silence. And each time, the suggestion is the same, a shape without structure, a presence without a face. Not animal, not machine, message, but from whom? Theories multiply. Some say it's an ancient species, a survivor from a time when oceans had different chemistry, now sending fragments of itself up through the stratified layers to learn what the world has become. Others suggest a planetary function, a living mechanism, like oceanic lungs, or circulatory tendrils, that operate only under red light, only when nutrients align, only when balance must be restored. A few think it's something newer, a mutation, a synthesis between bloom and deep anatomy, born of heat, acidification, silence, and time. But one diver, a local who swam alone along the skeleton coast after the 2023 bloom, described something more intimate. She said the water tasted different, not in salt or chemical, in weight. It pushed against her skin gently, like being held. And when she floated on her back, eyes closed, the sea beneath her hummed. Not sound, contact. She stayed in for 3 minutes, then surfaced. Nothing followed her, no shape, no glow, no sighting, just the memory of something brushing lightly along her shoulder blade. Not a fish, not a current, but something feeling its way upward, then letting go. She never swam there again. These stories, unproven and unverifiable, now form a quiet lore. They don't reach headlines. They live in hushed conversations between oceanographers, in fragments of corrupted sonar logs, in odd gaps between tide charts, and when the red tides rise again, which they always do, ships adjust their routes, not because they fear death, but because they might be watched, from below, by something not angry, not territorial, but curious, something that drifts up only when the world above becomes too noisy, too crowded, too warm, and looks for a place where silence still holds. Maybe that's what the bloom is, a mirror, a message, a soft surface stretched across the skin of the sea, waiting to be touched by something that lives in the black beyond tectonics, beyond current. The Namibian bloom giant may never fully surface again, or maybe it's never fully gone. It may be part of the ocean's memory, or part of its future, or simply e-ocean, learning how to speak again. And if it rises once more, not in pieces, not in threads, but as a whole, will we recognize the shape, or will we stand on shorelines, watching red tides flicker, feeling our pressure drop, our ears hum, and our oldest instincts return, the ones that say do not swim today? Something is listening. There is a place the sea forgets to calm, a narrow crescent of sand adrift in the Atlantic, where fog clings like memory, and the wind seems to whistle stories from ships that never returned. Sable Island, off the coast of Nova Scotia, a sliver of shifting dunes, seal colonies, and half-buried wreckage. They call it the graveyard of the Atlantic. Over 350 ships have been lost here, But among mariners, there's another story, rarely told aloud, not about a wreck, but about a watcher. They call it the Blue Eye. The earliest known account comes from 1891, in a logbook belonging to a Scottish schooner named Mercy Fen. The ship was becalmed in shallow waters near Sable's southern reach. Dense fog, no current, no wind. At 4:15 a.m., the watchman saw something in the water, not movement, light, a soft glow, pale azure, roughly the size of a wagon wheel, just beneath the surface, unmoving. He called it an eye made of stars. When the crew looked closer, the water directly below the glow was clear, strangely clear, as if the silt and plankton had been gently pushed aside in a perfect circle. They didn't lower a skiff, they didn't dive, they drifted silently until the wind returned. But the entry ends with a final note: felt watched, all day, no birds in sky. That was the first, but not the last. Over the decades, similar reports emerged from fishing trawlers, Coast Guard vessels, even amateur sailors, always near Sable, always in fog, always the same description: a massive blue circle, unmoving, just under the surface, visible for minutes before fading without a ripple, not glowing, like bioluminescence, not moving like a creature, but steady, like an iris. In 2003, a Canadian research ship, Artemis Delta, was taking sediment samples off the eastern lip of the island's sandbar when their sonar array cut out. No error message, no hardware fault, just silence. Their technician described it as dropping a stone into cotton. Sonar pings fired. None came back, so they dropped a camera. The feed flickered as it descended, then cleared. And for 4 seconds they saw a smooth curved surface, impossibly large, pale blue with flecks of darker pigment, moving slowly in the water, not drifting, not propelling. Just there. The curvature implied a size at least 20 meters across. No ridges, no organs, only what looked like concentric patterns, shallow, irregular lines that seemed to pulse, gently like the iris of an eye adjusting to light. Then the screen went black. The camera returned intact, but its lens was warped, subtly concave, as if heat or pressure had flexed it from one direction only. The footage was archived. The incident filed as anomalous, but among the crew the name stuck: the Blue Eye of Sable. Then in 2016, something changed. A drone photographer capturing footage for a coastal erosion study accidentally filmed an emergence. He was flying over the south curve of the island at low tide, when his drone's camera caught a strange shape beneath the surf, not long like a whale, nor knotted like kelp, but round, almost flat. A blue circle, slowly surfacing from beneath the sandbar, displacing silt in a smooth spiral as it rose. It reached the surface and paused. There was no breach, no spray, just a shimmer, like heat haze, above the water. Then the tide came in, and the shape disappeared beneath the waves. Later analysis of the footage revealed light refraction patterns that made the shape appear recessed, like looking down into a socket. Scientists called it pareidolia, a tendency to see patterns in randomness, but others weren't so sure, because embedded in the drone's audio was a low-frequency hum, sustained for 6 seconds, inaudible to the pilot at the time. It matched no aircraft system, no marine engine, no biological known to the region. One researcher spectrogrammed the sound and found something chilling: a slight modulation in the tone, rising and falling at regular intervals, as if breathing. No one speaks officially about the Blue Eye, but unofficially, mariners have rules. Don't anchor near the southern sandbars, don't shine lights into the fog, and if you see something glowing beneath your boat, don't lean over the edge, because some say it looks back, and if you're quiet enough, you can feel it recognize you. Some sailors refuse to speak of it during daylight, not out of superstition, but reverence, because the Blue Eye isn't just a mystery, it's a presence, and among the few who've seen it, none joke. One of the most detailed modern encounters came not from scientists or drone pilots, but from a solitary yachtsman, Elias Rourke, who spent much of his retirement tracing historic shipping lanes. In September of 2019, he moored just east of Sable Island to wait out a storm. The sea was oddly still. No birds, no breeze. Dense fog gathered not over the horizon, but directly around his vessel, tightening like gauze. And in the thick silence that followed, the ocean beneath his hull began to brighten, not above, below. He described it in his personal log. It wasn't light in the normal sense. It was like the water remembered the sky and tried to mirror it, but only in a single spot, maybe 20 feet across, glowing like the center of a well. At first he thought it was phosphorescence, but no movement triggered it. No fish, no wake, just still water and a slow emerging oval of blue, deeper, richer than any natural bioluminescence. He leaned over, cautiously, and watched it intensify. Then he noticed the stillness. No rocking, no creak of the lines. The whole boat had gone motionless, not stuck, not anchored, but gently suspended, as though something massive held it in place just beneath the keel. That was when he realized. It wasn't an eye he was looking at. It was a lens, convex, fluid, perfectly round. And behind that lens, something was adjusting, not with motion, but with depth. Layers of pigment seemed to ripple behind the surface, forming faint lines and rings. Elias described them as radial but not concentric, like a fingerprint, if it kept shifting where its center was. And then the fog above parted for just a second, and sunlight struck the water. The blue lens responded instantly. The glow brightened, not from the sun, but as a reaction to it, as if the light triggered awareness, or pain. The water below shimmered once, then the glow dimmed, then vanished. The motion returned. Waves rocked the hull again, and Elias, he said it felt like being released. Released from what? We still don't know. He shared the footage with a few marine anomaly forums. A single still frame shows the glow, faint, oblong, perfectly defined beneath the vessel. No flare, no distortion, just blue, so pure and concentrated it appears artificial. But there were no electronics below, no lights, no drones, and the GPS log proves the vessel never moved. Some have tried to analyze the footage, but the most intriguing detail isn't visual, it's temporal. During the 7 minutes and 46 seconds Elias recorded, all his instruments, including 2 battery-powered clocks, drifted nearly 4 seconds out of sync with real time, not backward, not forward, just out of phase, as though the presence below subtly altered the rhythm of passing time, not enough to alarm, but enough to mark. Physicists who reviewed this phenomenon described it as a form of non-uniform field distortion, the kind typically associated with magnetic anomalies or sudden changes in gravity. But there were no such changes in the area, no storms, no quakes, no solar flares. So what caused the phase drift? That question remains open. But stories of the eye go deeper. Sable Island locals, few as they are, whisper of an older tale, long before ships and GPS. A Micmac legend speaks of a watcher beneath, a being that lives under shifting sands, whose gaze can turn time to mist and make men forget the sky. One variant of the tale says that when the sea glows blue beneath a still sky, the land itself is listening, not the island, not the dunes, but the sea's memory, stored deep within its oldest folds. And memory, in this telling, has a shape. Over the past decade, marine researchers have tried to track the blue eye's location using satellite chlorophyll maps and sonar silence zones, but it never appears twice in the same place. It seems to drift, not like a whale or squid, but like a shadow across sand dunes, slow, patient, and undefined. Each confirmed sighting, however, shares 3 constants. 1. No birds in the sky. 2. Still water despite forecasted currents. 3. A feeling of intense observation without hostility. That last one is hardest to explain. One diver, who descended near the reported eye location during a clear morning, described it this way: the deeper I went, the quieter everything became. Not just sound, feeling. I was still breathing, still moving. But it was like, my thoughts got muffled, like being watched by something that didn't need eyes, just space. He aborted the dive. Nothing followed him. But later, reviewing his footage, he noticed something strange. In the last few frames, just before he turned back, the sediment along the seabed appears to curl inward, as though swept gently toward a central point, but without current, as if the water itself had leaned in. To this day, the blue eye of Sable Island remains unclassified. It is not listed in marine biology. It is not logged in official Coast Guard records, but the local charts, they mark a blank zone, a soft circle with no depth soundings, no data, no recommendation to pass through, only a single faded note from an anonymous mariner: better to let it sleep. By late 2020, efforts to map the waters around Sable Island had quietly intensified, not from the surface, but from orbit. A collaboration between two oceanographic institutes and a private satellite imaging firm launched a project to observe the area using multispectral imagery, hoping to isolate subtle changes in light reflection and subsurface diffusion patterns. In theory, if the blue eye truly manifested as a consistent shape, some trace of its geometry might remain imprinted in how the sea filtered sunlight. They found something, not a silhouette, not a heat bloom, not movement, but a pattern. In over 30 high-resolution passes during the spring season, satellites recorded micro-distortions in the reflectivity of the water, tiny fluctuating anomalies, no more than 20 meters wide. These weren't shadows, but glistening inconsistencies. They appeared without cause, often when the sea was calmest, and in nearly every case, the anomaly faded within 5 to 7 minutes. Worse, or perhaps better, they didn't appear just near Sable Island, they stretched in a loose arc, across the North Atlantic Gyre, toward Greenland. It wasn't one eye, it was many, or one that moved, or something else entirely, something whose surface expression came and went like breath through a lung too large to see whole. The project was quietly shelved a year later, the official reason insufficient findings, but emails leaked from internal correspondence show unease. One research lead wrote, "We're not looking at marine life, we're watching a membrane." Another wrote, "The shape isn't drifting, we are," which brings us to a story that didn't make the news. In July of 2021, a private luxury yacht named Tristesse lost all onboard communication for 9 minutes while passing south of Sable Island. GPS location froze, satellite phone dropped, internal logs went blank. When systems returned, the crew reported nothing unusual, but in those 9 minutes, a single photograph was taken, by accident. One of the guests had been taking candid pictures of the sea. The shutter clicked just as the engines failed. The image, when examined later, showed something that no one could explain, an impossibly smooth patch of water, circular, glowing faint blue, surrounded by subtle ridges, like liquid folding in on itself. It resembled the lens of an enormous eye, not in design, but in feeling. No creature, no breach, just presence. The image went viral in certain circles, but within days, the yacht company issued a statement dismissing it as lens flare. The original photo was quietly scrubbed, metadata gone, but before deletion, one marine archivist downloaded the file and enhanced it. They found that the water's surface in the image bore a faint repeating mark, a geometric shimmer that formed along the outer ring, not a reflection, not a wave, a sigil almost, a curving recursive shape, like an eye turned inward. Where the curvature met, the water darkened, where it curved away, it glowed. The archivist added no caption, just a single sentence beneath the photo: "It saw itself," and that's the deepest fear, not that the eye watches us, but that it's watching for itself, searching, scanning, not for prey or territory, but for something familiar in a world that may have forgotten. Theories have reached into the fantastic. Some believe the eye is not biological, but a remnant, the residual interface of an ancient life form too vast or too slow to be perceived, something that once linked entire ecosystems, now fragmented, its only remaining function to search. Others believe it's a mirror, a side effect of deep-sea pressure interacting with fields of unknown origin, creating temporary awareness loops that reflect the shape of those who observe them. In this version, the eye isn't looking at us, we're looking at ourselves, through the sea's memory. And then there are those who stay quiet, divers who've surfaced with no physical injury, no trauma, but a certainty that something passed beneath them, as large as a city block, yet so gentle in movement that it displaced no water, just weight, as though the sea held its breath. One such diver, Lucia Melendez, described the sensation in an interview never aired. "It was like a cathedral, not a place, a presence. I felt it under me, like an inverted dome. And when I looked down, the water was darker, but only in a perfect circle. I didn't feel fear, I felt found." She never dove again. Instead she moved to inland Spain and became a painter. Her work, obscure, oil-heavy pieces, features recurring images, concentric spirals, deep blues, faint silhouettes pressed behind translucent skin. She never titles her work, but the gallery labels them all the same: Ojo, eye. And maybe that's what the blue eye is, not flesh, not beast, but a memory the sea keeps trying to recall, a watcher the tides forgot, who only stirs when silence lasts long enough to be noticed. Each time it rises, the world gets a glimpse, not of the thing itself, but of what it still remembers being. And if that memory is reaching upward, if the surface is no longer enough to hold it back, what happens when it opens fully, not to gaze, but to recognize? There are no known organisms in the world's oceans with ocular structures larger than a basketball. The colossal squid, with its dinner plate-sized eyes, holds the biological record. And yet, what sailors and sensors describe off Sable Island suggests an aperture, not just of light, but of intention, far beyond anything biology accounts for. And that raises a question. What if it isn't an eye at all? What if what we call the blue eye is not a gaze, but a threshold? In the winter of 2022, a small research team set out under the guise of atmospheric studies. But their true aim was precise: to locate the thermal dip and sonar voids around Sable's southern perimeter during high tide moon cycles, the window during which most appearances of the eye had historically occurred. On the second night, they dropped a hydrophone tethered to a low-drift balloon. The sea was flat. The fog arrived, on cue, and what they recorded was something that haunts digital archives in a folder labeled Unresolved, Event 7. The sound, when played back, is not unlike breathing, but deeper, more dimensional, not through air, but through water layered on itself. And behind the breath, a rhythm, a slow, repeating interval, not a pulse, but a folding, as though something beneath the waterline were inverting, turning inside out, folding space and fluid around an unseen center. Then for 6 seconds complete silence, not ambient quiet, but the digital absence of input, like the hydrophone had been removed from the world, then reinserted. When the data was reviewed, one spectrogram analyst noted a peculiar structure hidden in the frequencies. It's as if the ocean tried to speak, but only managed the shape of a question. 2 days later, the fog lifted, the sea resumed its breathless churn, and the eye did not return. But when the team left, they noticed their compass logs had recorded a dozen microturns during the moment of silence, slight nudges, never more than 2 degrees, occurring in perfect symmetry across every vessel in their flotilla. It was as if the boats had circled something, but that something wasn't there, not in the traditional sense. The idea now circulating among those who've spent years quietly watching the region is that the eye is not an organ, not a body part, but a function, a manifestation of awareness that requires no creature to host it, like a portal, or an interface. One theory, a quiet one, shared only in encrypted emails and conference whispers, posits that beneath the eye lies not a creature, but a signal well, an inversion in space where time, motion, and mass briefly unhook, where pressure stops acting like pressure, and water begins to fold in patterns we haven't yet defined. In this model, the eye is merely the visible signature of something we can't yet measure, a shallow holograph of intelligence, or presence from deeper down, or deeper inward. When asked what could cause such a structure to rise and appear in the form of an iris, a physicist in Reykjavik offered a strange analogy. Imagine a black box trying to communicate, using only its shadow. If it can't change its shape, it changes how light bends through it. What you're seeing isn't a watcher, it's what being watched looks like, from the other side. Could it be that Sable Island, with its warped tides and shipwrecks and ghost fogs, is merely a lens cap, a soft membrane under which the deep places of the earth occasionally try to make contact, or worse, try to remember what it meant to surface? There are stories now, spreading, quiet but increasing, of similar blue circles seen elsewhere, off the Faroes, near Patagonia, a fleeting glow off the coast of Iceland, not regular, not predictable, but always the same circular blue breath-like stillness, then gone. The eye may not be bound to one place, it may migrate, or sink, or worse, it may be that there is no single eye at all, but many thresholds, each one surfacing in time with some deeper rhythm, something rising not to invade, but to check, to verify, to confirm that the surface is still here, still forgetful, still blind, and each time it blinks, it takes a little more with it. Sound, memory, orientation, magnetism, not maliciously, just inevitably, a function, like gravity, or time. The blue eye of Sable Island may not be an organism, it may be a behavior, one that spans centuries, rising only when the surface is quiet enough to notice, only when fog holds its breath, only when men aboard ships pause long enough to wonder what lies beneath them, not just in depth, but in purpose. And maybe that's all the eye ever was. Not a creature, not a myth, but the ocean's own reflection, trying again and again to see what it's become, to find some echo of its old shape in the surface world above. If it watches, it does so without malice. If it waits, it does so without time. But if one day it opens fully, not just as an image, but as an entrance, will we go in? Or will we remember just in time that not all doors are meant to be passed through? Some are meant to be seen, once, in silence, and then let go. The fog curls again above the waterline, and the eye, wherever it went, blinks one last time, beneath the dunes of a forgotten island, before the ocean returns to its deeper dreams. It begins with a hum, not a sound exactly, but a pressure in the chest, a low vibration felt through dive suits and ship hulls, like the deep thrum of a whale call that never ends. It rises from the black, pulses once, and vanishes. Divers feel it before they hear it. The silence afterward is always louder. The first official report came from the Greek research vessel Calypso Theta in 2007. They were stationed just offshore from Antikythera, a rocky Aegean island known less for its modern footprint than for a single strange legacy, a 2000-year-old shipwreck containing an ancient device that still defies explanation. The Antikythera mechanism, often called the world's first computer, it was a complex array of gears and cogs buried in centuries of marine sediment. It mapped stars, predicted eclipses, tracked the movements of planets. And for over a century, no one knew how such precision could have existed so early, let alone why it was found in pieces at the bottom of the sea. But in 2007, as the Calypso Theta conducted a deep scanning survey around the wreck, they encountered something else. The sonar began to stutter, frequencies jammed. Not blocked, just distorted, like signals bouncing back in a different shape. Then came the vibration. At first the crew blamed it on mechanical echo, feedback from their own instruments. But the hum wasn't registered on surface gear, only underwater receivers. It pulsed once every 11 minutes. Low, harmonic, nearly subsonic, too slow to be seismic, too structured to be organic. They dropped an ROV. For 20 minutes, it descended in darkness. Then, at a depth of 128 meters, just beyond the mapped perimeter of the known wreck, the onboard camera caught a flicker. Not metal, not rock, but movement. A shape, translucent and immense, slowly rose upward from beneath a ledge. It had no face, no limbs, no fins or tentacles, just a gently pulsing form like a jellyfish the size of a small building, undulating, not from propulsion, but as if reacting to vibration, as though it heard the same hum, as though it was answering. Before the team could adjust focus, the ROV feed cut out. No crash, no pressure rupture, just white static. When they pulled it back to the surface, the vehicle was intact, but the lens had been polished smooth, stripped of all microscopic scratches. The same abrasions it had gained over 3 years of sea use were simply gone, as if something had passed over the glass, not melting it, but resetting it. The anomaly was catalogued, the footage secured, and the hum, it continued. Intermittently, for 6 days, each pulse more precise than the last. A rhythmic pattern emerged, 3 short tones, 1 long, 2 rising, then silence, then repeat. The intervals were nearly perfect, the resemblance to code, uncanny, but the frequency did not match any human transmission, nor did it repeat on the same cycle more than twice. The Hellenic Navy reviewed the logs. No signal origin, no known interference, no natural explanation. Then it stopped. For 2 years, nothing. Then in 2009, it returned, not near Antikythera but farther south, near Crete. The same pulse, the same subsonic weight. Only this time, it was detected before the ROVs launched. When they descended, the water around them changed, not in temperature, not in salinity, but in resistance. Divers described the water as thicker, not with current, but with something unmeasurable, as if the ocean, at that depth, held its breath. And then came the second sighting, a slow luminous bloom rising from beneath a trench wall, the same dome-like shape, translucent, pale, rhythmically expanding. But this time, it wasn't alone. A second form hovered beside it, slightly smaller, the same structure. They pulsed together, as if communicating, or as if 2 segments of the same being had found each other again. The crew above could only watch. The vibrations returned, stronger than before, resonating through the hull so deeply the lights dimmed for a moment. And when it ended, when the forms drifted back into the deep, one diver emerged with something in his hand. A gear. He swore it wasn't there before, embedded in a pocket of his dive bag, tucked inside a fold he hadn't used in weeks. The gear was old, encrusted, almost identical in material to fragments of the Antikythera mechanism itself. But here's the thing, that diver hadn't gone near the original wreck. He'd stayed miles south, and the gear, it wasn't a duplicate. It was a match, carbon dated to the same century, same alloy, same corrosion, as if the ocean had returned something, or remembered, and slowly, quietly, a theory began to take shape, that the mechanism found in 1901 wasn't broken, it was shed, a piece of something larger, something living, or once alive, or still functioning, not as a machine but as an interface, one fragment at a time. If the Antikythera mechanism was once part of something more, then its rediscovery in the early 20th century may have been no accident, not a relic lost by ancient sailors, but a fragment deliberately left behind. As the sea shifted in the years after the 2009 pulse, more quiet anomalies emerged, not monstrous, not cinematic, just small distortions in the quiet places. A French archaeological vessel scanning the depths off Carpathos recorded faint radial patterns etched in sediment, perfect spirals nearly 30 meters across, not fossilized, not recent, but still visible, as if preserved by some pressure unknown. Weeks later, in one of the underwater drone's light cones, a jellyfish swam through the shot, but the footage, when slowed down, showed something impossible. Its bell pulsed in rhythm, with the pulses recorded off Antikythera. Same intervals, same spacing, 3 short, 1 long, 2 rising. No known jellyfish species has ever demonstrated this pattern. No conditioning, no artificial stimulus was applied. It just swam past, as if echoing. The footage was dismissed. Coincidence, said the experts. But lovely, said one. Meanwhile, a more troubling report came from a submarine telecommunications cable team operating off the Peloponnese coast. Their monitoring relay, embedded thousands of meters beneath the surface, captured a disruption so clean and deliberate, it looked like encryption. They didn't release the waveform, but one leak suggested the disturbance lasted precisely 88 seconds. When engineers examined it, they found the same subsonic intervals hidden inside. The hum again, folded this time into a digital echo, almost as if the ocean had learned to speak our language, or we had taught it, unknowingly, over decades of radio, sonar, and signal bleeding into the deep. The most daring theory didn't come from marine scientists, it came from a cryptographer, Dr. Naren Halvorsen, who had worked on audio reconstruction for Cold War submarine espionage. In a private symposium in Oslo, he proposed the hum wasn't output, but response, that the ocean was listening, interpreting, waiting for a message that matched its own internal cadence. And when it heard that rhythm, in sonar, in ROV pingbacks, in even the idle loops of scanning drones, it pulsed back, not randomly, but selectively, like a handshake, one pattern to acknowledge another. And what about the mechanism? He suggested that perhaps it was a tuning fork, of sorts, a fragment of some ancient technology, not to calculate the heavens, but to align with something beneath them, a calibration device. Part astronomical, part navigational, part something else. A translator between sky and sea. His theory was mocked, of course, but then the 2021 pulse happened, this time not in the Aegean, but off the coast of Sicily. A different sea, a different continental shelf, but the same hum, the same 88-second disruption, only this time it was followed by a flare, not in the sky, but beneath the surface. A brief, intense bloom of bioluminescence caught on a naval drone, too wide to be one organism, too coordinated to be coincidence. Shapes swirled, circular, ringed, interlocking, not static like coral, not drifting like plankton, but emerging, for just a breath, in what observers described as a language of light. Then it vanished. The drone failed, the battery drained. When it surfaced, its memory logs had been corrupted, but not erased. The first 12 seconds of the recording survived, enough to show that the light forms in their geometry resembled gears, not identical, but familiar, as though the sea itself had briefly remembered a shape it once held. And if those shapes weren't just biological, if they were memory echoes, emerging in rhythm with a frequency buried in the ocean floor, then the mechanism was never meant to be found. It was left behind, a breadcrumb for the next phase, an invitation, or a warning. And here is where fiction begins to blur, because among the wreckage of ancient ships near Antikythera, divers have long whispered of the Silent Zone, a stretch of seabed where no creatures swim, no algae grows, and sound is subtly dampened. They say it feels like stepping into a vault, not dead, but asleep. And at the center of this zone, sonar sometimes picks up a hollow, not a cave, not a trench, but a spherical absence in the silt, like something used to be there, something round, about the size of the mechanism, if it were 10,000 times larger, an orb, or an eye. We still call it a machine, because that's what humans understand. But machines don't pulse with organic resonance, they don't appear in jellyfish rhythms, they don't fold time, and yet, what if the ocean does? What if the mechanism was not a tool, but a reminder, a seeded pattern meant to reawaken recognition in something older than stars, not for us to use, but for it to find us? Every 11 minutes, every hum, every gear, the sea turns, and something waits to be reassembled. No major sightings followed the Sicilian bloom. The hum went silent again, and the world turned its attention back to more measurable waters. But the fragments left behind, the rhythm, the imagery, the polished lens on the ROV, the resurfaced gear, still whispered in academic circles, that dared to ask a forbidden question. What if the Antikythera mechanism wasn't built for the stars, but to listen to what lived between them? In 2022, a privately funded expedition launched quietly from Naxos under the name Project Losis. Officially, it was a geophysical mapping mission, but their core team included cryptologists, marine biologists, and a quantum acoustics engineer. Their target, the seafloor beneath the Antikythera wreck site, deeper than where traditional scans had explored. What they found was not a creature, not a relic, but something far more elusive, an absence. The seabed beneath the wreck exhibited anomalies in mass distribution. Seismic readings dipped, not due to air pockets or sediment variation, but as if a structure was once there, perfectly spherical, now missing, or never fully formed. And within that void, sonar returned a harmonic distortion, a faint echo of a pattern they had heard before. 3 short pulses, 1 long, 2 rising. It was there again, dormant, like a breath that had been held for centuries. The team tried broadcasting the pattern back into the water, using low-frequency tonal vibrations. Days passed. Nothing responded. But on the 4th night, their base station, an anchored barge moored 2 kilometers offshore, experienced a power dip. The lights dimmed. Batteries surged and dropped again. Then the water around them glowed. Not like algae, not like bioluminescence, but uniformly, a ring of cold blue, faint and deliberate, encircling the barge as if drawn by an invisible compass. It lasted just 18 seconds. When it faded, every single device with a digital clock had reset, not to 0, but to 11 minutes past 11. AM PM local, UTC. All clocks. Every time zone recorded 11:11, as though something deep below the keel had marked its own moment, not with destruction, but with synchronization. They called it Event Zero. No one has replicated it since, but some believe it was the activation of a cycle we still don't understand. The next step wasn't sonar, it was dream. A biologist on the team, Dr. Alessandra Moro, recorded a vivid sleep sequence the night after the glow, something she described not as a dream, but as being shown. She stood on a shoreline of crushed black shells. The sky above her was wrong, layered, like folded silk, lit from within. In the ocean, gears turned slowly in the waves, massive and clear as glass. Each one bore etched symbols, familiar, but unreadable. They weren't spinning, they were aligning. Then a presence, not seen but felt, a question not in words but in pressure, as if asking, "Do you remember the song?" When she woke, she had blood behind her eyes. Not trauma, just pressure, as though her body had listened to something her ears weren't made for. She left the project, moved inland, became a beekeeper. She never explained why, only said that it hummed too. What are we dealing with then? A creature, a network, a consciousness diffused across water, or is this all something simpler? The mechanism was found encased in coral, buried beneath centuries of sea growth, as if time itself had tried to seal it away. But perhaps that's not where it began. Perhaps it was left there, not lost, but delivered. What if someone, or something thousands of years ago, built a tool to mark a pattern in the sea, a way to sync memory, time, or structure across eras. Not to keep time, but to return to it. The gears didn't just turn, they counted, they aligned, and the hum. That deep infrasonic pulse, heard only in rare intervals. Maybe that's not sound, maybe it's memory. The ocean remembering how to speak in rhythm, how to pull together again what was once dispersed. Think of whales. Their songs pass through generations. They remember roots, reefs, birthing bays, danger zones, all passed in voice, not writing. Now imagine something deeper, older, slower, trying to remember its own shape. A creature, maybe, a language, more likely, a function trying to rebuild itself across time and tide. And maybe it needs us. Maybe that's why it responds when our machines align, why our sonar sometimes harmonizes, why the old gear was returned to a diver's suit. We're not the audience, we're the echo, and like all echoes, our voices bounce into the dark, and sometimes the dark sings back. By the end of 2022, the whispers surrounding the Antikythera Pulse had reached even the most skeptical corners of oceanographic study. Not as fact, but as a question that refused to die. The evidence remained elusive. No photos, no confirmed samples, no long-term readings held in public record. But the pattern, it returned. In early 2023, aboard the Oceanus Lumen, a joint Mediterranean research expedition deployed new deep-frequency recorders capable of capturing infrasonic pulses below 5 Hz, sound too low for the human ear, but ideal for tracking tectonic activity and submarine topography. Instead, they captured something else. A song. It was soft, layered, with a rolling quality unlike anything produced by tectonic shifts or animal calls. There were notes, not musical exactly, but tonal, rising and falling with the unmistakable deliberation of design. A new rhythm, not 3 short, 1 long, 2 rising, but 1 continuous phrase, repeating once every 88 seconds, the same time code as the Event 0 recorded off Antikythera. They played the recording on a loop during their surface shifts. It became, strangely, calming, like a lullaby from the deep. But there was something embedded in it, a rising static that aligned with sonar sweeps. When visualized on a spectrogram, the data formed an unmistakable shape, a gear, not stylized, not imagined, but an exact rendering of one of the mechanism's preserved fragments. Not mirrored, not shifted, an exact acoustic blueprint. Not only was the ocean remembering, it was broadcasting, but to whom, or for what? That night, without warning, the Oceanus Lumen lost power for exactly 11 minutes. No storm, no contact with the seabed, just stillness. When the lights returned, the crew checked the drone feeds and saw something moving in the distance, a soft glow, like a jellyfish the size of a blimp, drifting upward from the black. It pulsed, then dimmed, and disappeared. What followed was stranger still. Every digital timepiece aboard, wristwatches, tablets, dive computers, displayed a single word, sync. No software had been altered, no updates had been pushed, no logs recorded the event, but the word remained for 6 minutes, then cleared itself. Later, an engineer found a single newly created text file in the ship's encrypted system. It was empty, but its metadata listed the creation time as 11 hours 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Nothing else. That was the last major anomaly of the mission. But in the weeks that followed, strange reports began to surface from around the world. In Japan, a diver reported a brief vision of interlocking glass discs rising from a trench wall, vanishing before his camera could record. In Chile, a fishing vessel described a sound beneath their hull, a deep resonant hum that made the crew's teeth ache and the compass needles sway. In the Maldives, a freediver surfaced shaking, saying only, "The sea is counting." By now, some began to believe the pulses were not a signal, but a form of clock. Not one that counts time, but one that tracks position, or alignment. And if that's true, then something is trying to fit itself back together, one fragment at a time. Each pulse, each bloom, each brief sighting of those great translucent forms in the water may not be separate creatures, but pieces of what? A mind, a memory, a machine, something older than biology, something built not of flesh or metal, but pattern. And the mechanism, perhaps it was never broken, perhaps it was simply the first piece that breached the surface, or was sent on purpose. a castaway message from the depths, lost to time, now found again, like a key to a lock we forgot we made. Those who dream of the pulse often speak of water that bends the wrong way, of time that loops, of blue rings that open like eyelids beneath the sea. Some believe that when all the pieces come together, the hum, the light, the gears, the memory of alignment, the sea itself will unfold, not catastrophically, but deliberately, as if revealing the shape of something that has always been there, waiting. And when it comes, if it comes, it may not be with noise or violence, but with a return, a soft bloom, a pulse, a breath, not something emerging, but something reassembling. The Antikythera Pulse isn't just a signal from the past. It may be a heartbeat of something slow, something patient, and something that has waited longer than we've existed to wake again. There is one final theory, shared only between a few who still study these impossible rhythms, that the ocean itself is not a host. It is the medium, and whatever it carries, whatever ancient cadence rises through the water every few years, is not just trying to be heard, it is trying to return. In rhythm, in fragments, in silence, and the final pulse, whenever it comes, may not mark an end, but the moment the sea finally remembers its own voice, and sings not to warn us, but to welcome itself home. The crack in the ice healed within days, as if the sea itself wished to forget what had risen. Wind blew fresh snow across the scar, smoothing its jagged line until only the memory of the sound remained, low, crisp, and somehow hollow, like the world itself had inhaled and held its breath. Yet what followed wasn't stillness. It was a slow cascade of subtle abnormalities. In the town of Nome, 200 miles south, a series of inexplicable power anomalies began to crop up, brownouts at strange hours, magnetic compasses misaligning by several degrees. The locals blamed the wind, the scientists silent. One morning, the ice monitoring station recorded its own heartbeat, a rhythm, faint, but persistent. It pulsed not with heat, not with movement, but with temperature fluctuations, shifts in surface ice, measured in slow waves, every 12 minutes, as if the ice was breathing. The data created a waveform that looked eerily organic, curved, cyclical, living. Some dismissed it as sublimation, others saw it differently. A graduate student, curious and unsupervised, took the temperature graph and ran it through audio conversion software, just to hear what it would sound like if treated as sound. What played back was a low groaning murmur, not quite music, not quite noise. It rose slowly, like a bow drawn across a cello, made of bone and salt. But then something else. In the second minute, a pattern began to emerge, soft pulses, rising and descending, spaced almost perfectly. The graduate student, unnerved, shut the file. 3 nights later she dreamt of the figure, not menacing, not chasing, but watching, always from a distance. Not frozen, not moving, waiting. In her dream, the ice beneath her cracked, but the sea was warm, and something in that warmth felt ancient, not cruel, just old. Older than the land, older than the snow. She awoke with her face wet, though she had not cried. Elsewhere, more signs began to gather like snowdrifts, unnoticed by most, but undeniable to those who had seen the figure with their own eyes. In Barrow, a hunter found prints in the newly thawed shoreline mud, barefoot, elongated, and deeply pressed. He followed them for a quarter mile before they disappeared into open water. He said the tracks were warm to the touch. In Fairbanks, a cargo drone caught a flicker of movement along the Yukon, a tall form at the edge of the river. The footage was grainy. It could have been anything, except it disappeared between one frame and the next, without movement, without blur, as if it had simply folded into the snow. And then came the incident at the NOAA relay station, what the technicians now called the frost event. At precisely 2:11 local time, the internal temperature of the sealed electronics bay dropped by 18 degrees in under 5 seconds. Every metal surface developed a layer of patterned frost, not random swirls, not chaotic fractals, but something precise. Geometric arcs, interlocking ovals, glyphs, almost. It faded within minutes, leaving no ice behind, just photographs and questions. Researchers noticed that the symbols resembled a form of non-Euclidean symmetry, curves repeating in ways that defied simple trigonometry, as if written by something that understood balance, but not from our perspective. Some compared the forms to ancient petroglyphs found in Siberian caves. Others whispered older names, older myths. But the common thread remained. Whatever emerged from that ice crevasse had not come to reveal itself. It had come to test the air, like a creature scenting a changed world before retreating again into memory. Perhaps it was the last of its kind, or the first in line, or something in between, a scout from another rhythm of time. But what if it wasn't alone? What if there were more beneath the permafrost, figures sleeping in ice, scattered like forgotten statues beneath a sea of white? Not monsters, not machines, just beings waiting for the air to shift, for the light to fall a certain way, for warmth to seep in deep enough that form can return to motion. And what we saw that day, what emerged and dissolved before our eyes, was simply the first breath of something we were never meant to witness awake. It did not run, it did not fight, it simply moved, and watched, and vanished. And perhaps that is the most unsettling thing of all, because it behaved not like a predator, but like a mirror, showing us not what we fear, but what we may someday become when the cold no longer holds us still. If the Antikythera mechanism was once part of something more, then its rediscovery in the early 20th century may have been no accident. Not a relic lost by ancient sailors, but a fragment deliberately left behind. As the sea shifted in the years after the 2009 pulse, more quiet anomalies emerged. Not monstrous, not cinematic, just small distortions in the quiet places. A French archaeological vessel scanning the depths off Carpathos recorded faint radial patterns etched in sediment, perfect spirals nearly 30 meters across, not fossilized, not recent, but still visible, as if preserved by some pressure unknown. Weeks later, in one of the underwater drone's light cones, a jellyfish swam through the shot, but the footage, when slowed down, showed something impossible. Its bell pulsed in rhythm, with the pulses recorded off Antikythera. Same intervals, same spacing, 3 short, 1 long, 2 rising. No known jellyfish species has ever demonstrated this pattern. No conditioning, no artificial stimulus was applied. It just swam past, as if echoing. The footage was dismissed. Coincidence, said the experts. But lovely, said one. Meanwhile, a more troubling report came from a submarine telecommunications cable team operating off the Peloponnese coast. Their monitoring relay, embedded thousands of meters beneath the surface, captured a disruption so clean and deliberate, it looked like encryption. They didn't release the waveform, but one leak suggested the disturbance lasted precisely 88 seconds. When engineers examined it, they found the same subsonic intervals hidden inside. The hum again, folded this time into a digital echo, almost as if the ocean had learned to speak our language, or we had taught it, unknowingly, over decades of radio, sonar, and signal bleeding into the deep. The most daring theory didn't come from marine scientists, it came from a cryptographer, Dr. Naren Halvorsen, who had worked on audio reconstruction for Cold War submarine espionage. In a private symposium in Oslo, he proposed the hum wasn't output, but response, that the ocean was listening, interpreting, waiting for a message that matched its own internal cadence. And when it heard that rhythm, in sonar, in ROV pingbacks, in even the idle loops of scanning drones, it pulsed back, not randomly, but selectively, like a handshake, one pattern to acknowledge another. And what about the mechanism? He suggested that perhaps it was a tuning fork, of sorts, a fragment of some ancient technology, not to calculate the heavens, but to align with something beneath them, a calibration device, part astronomical, part navigational, part something else. A translator between sky and sea. His theory was mocked, of course, but then the 2021 pulse happened, this time not in the Aegean, but off the coast of Sicily. A different sea, a different continental shelf, but the same hum, the same 88-second disruption, only this time it was followed by a flare, not in the sky, but beneath the surface. A brief, intense bloom of bioluminescence caught on a naval drone, too wide to be one organism, too coordinated to be coincidence. Shapes swirled, circular, ringed, interlocking, not static like coral, not drifting like plankton, but emerging, for just a breath, in what observers described as a language of light. Then it vanished. The drone failed, the battery drained. When it surfaced, its memory logs had been corrupted, but not erased. The first 12 seconds of the recording survived, enough to show that the light forms in their geometry resembled gears, not identical, but familiar, as though the sea itself had briefly remembered a shape it once held. And if those shapes weren't just biological, if they were memory echoes, emerging in rhythm with a frequency buried in the ocean floor, then the mechanism was never meant to be found. It was left behind, a breadcrumb for the next phase, an invitation, or a warning. And here is where fiction begins to blur, because among the wreckage of ancient ships near Antikythera, divers have long whispered of the silent zone, a stretch of seabed where no creatures swim, no algae grows, and sound is subtly dampened. They say it feels like stepping into a vault, not dead, but asleep. And at the center of this zone, sonar sometimes picks up a hollow, not a cave, not a trench, but a spherical absence in the silt, like something used to be there, something round, about the size of the mechanism, if it were 10,000 times larger, an orb, or an eye. We still call it a machine, because that's what humans understand. But machines don't pulse with organic resonance, they don't appear in jellyfish rhythms, they don't fold time, and yet, what if the ocean does? What if the mechanism was not a tool, but a reminder, a seeded pattern meant to reawaken recognition in something older than stars, not for us to use, but for it to find us? Every 11 minutes, every hum, every gear, the sea turns, and something waits to be reassembled. The official report filed by NOAA summarized the incident as a visual misinterpretation during unstable weather conditions, a phrase as brittle as the ice it tried to cover. But within certain circles, off-the-record conferences, encrypted data threads, and closed-door briefings, the event was being reclassified, not as a one-time anomaly, but as part of a pattern, one that stretched across decades. Back in 1959, long before digital sensors or satellite triangulation, a team of Soviet geologists stationed near the Chukchi Sea recorded something strange. Their journals, unearthed from archives decades later, told of a tall, thin form glimpsed through blowing snow near the shore. It did not respond to their calls, it did not leave prints, and it vanished the moment they stepped forward. At the time, it was dismissed as a weather-induced hallucination, but the description was hauntingly familiar: slender, upright, limbs too long, a face without detail, just suggestion. The only difference was this: in the 1959 report, the figure was motionless, half submerged in the ice. It remained visible for nearly 30 minutes before the storm rolled in and buried everything. Now, decades later, similar sightings were beginning to form a cartographic arc, stretching from the Siberian coast through the Bering Strait to the Alaskan shelf, as if these events were not isolated, but connected by a slow, deliberate migration, and always in winter, always during a thaw, always when the ice split, not from above, but from within. One retired climatologist theorized that the permafrost itself might act as a biological archive, preserving not just ancient DNA, but dormant life forms frozen mid-cycle. Organisms paused for millennia, their processes slowed to near stillness, waiting not for time to pass, but for conditions to align. He published a paper. It was dismissed as speculative fiction. Still, he kept researching. He found something unexpected in the seismic data collected during the 2022 incident near the Diomede Islands. A pulse, faint but consistent, rising not from the Earth's core, but radiating laterally, from within the ice shelf. It came in intervals, 6 minutes and 22 seconds apart. The same timing observed during the frost event at the relay station. The same pacing noted in the temperature shift recorded by Dr. Nakamura's team. He called it a cellular signal, not in the technological sense, but in the biological. A rhythm of function, like a heartbeat slowed to a glacial tempo. In one interview, he said, "Maybe it isn't ice, maybe it's skin." The statement drew ridicule. His credentials were quietly stripped, but others began to pay attention. Divers in the Beaufort Sea reported hearing whispers under the ice, not voices but tonal resonances that sounded like a language too deep for air. The kind of sound you feel more than hear, pressing into your chest, like gravity with a rhythm. One diver swore he saw something watching him from behind a veil of frost. Not a fish, not a reflection, but an eye, large, dark, unblinking. He surfaced seconds later, breathing hard, and refused to dive again. Meanwhile, satellite images over the Chukchi and Bering showed odd temperature anomalies, not hotspots but warm lines, thin as veins, stretching in non-linear paths beneath the ice. They shifted positions slightly every few weeks, and always moved toward shore. Then in the early hours of March 3, 2023, a fisherman near Kotzebue Sound reported what he believed to be a woman walking on the water. It was still dark. The ice was beginning to soften. He saw her from a distance, pale and upright, gliding silently across the surface without breaking through. He shouted. She turned, but what faced him was not a woman. It was taller, the arms longer than they should have been, the face featureless, the hair, if it was hair, hung like strands of thin ice, swaying gently in the breeze. Then it tilted its head and vanished. He dropped his lantern. The glass shattered. When he lit a flare to search, the figure was gone, but the ice where it had stood was warm to the touch. For hours afterward, it refused to refreeze, remaining soft even in the freezing wind. He never went back. In the weeks that followed, scientists began to wonder, what if the figure wasn't an isolated phenomenon, but a type, not a creature, not a monster, but a being, one of many, emerging one by one as the cold releases its grip, not to attack, not to observe, but to continue something long forgotten. And if that's the case, what was the last thing they remember? A world sealed in ice, a sky without satellites, a silence unbroken by radio waves or nuclear signatures. Maybe the thaw isn't a warning, maybe it's an invitation, a call for something to return, not from the sea, but from the pause in time the sea preserved. And what emerges now, with each crack of ice and every warm breath of wind, is not an invasion, but a resumption of a rhythm older than ours, older than speech, older than history. The question now is not what are they, it's what happens when they all stand up at once. By late spring, the sea ice had thinned into broken sheets, floes drifting in slow spirals toward the open Arctic. The world above resumed its rhythms, fishing boats resumed routes, wildlife stirred along the coasts, and the science teams packed up their frost-bitten instruments and flew home with files of corrupted data and quiet memories they wouldn't quite discuss. But the ice remained watchful. Somewhere between myth and mistake, the figure lived on, not in headlines, not in documentation, but in hushed retellings, the kind exchanged over coffee in coastal towns, or whispered aboard research vessels under midnight sun. They no longer asked what it was, they asked when it might return, because something had changed. In the northernmost corners of Alaska, where the tundra breathes fog into frozen rivers, a second event occurred, unannounced, unfilmed, but witnessed by two men on a resupply run to a remote weather outpost. They had stopped to rest. No storm, no urgency, just silence, as the wind fell still, and then the ice cracked. Not a boom, not a rumble, but a clean tearing, like fabric stretched too thin, and from the center, they saw something rise. Not tall, this one was small, childlike in shape, but carrying the same spectral pallor. It did not walk. It floated inches above the fissure, limbs drawn in as if conserving warmth that never existed. Its face, half-formed, turned toward them, not menacing, not blank, just present, and then as before, it vanished, not into the air, but into the wind itself, as though the breeze had carried it away in particles of frost and light. The two men never spoke of it again, not officially, but one of them left behind a note, tucked inside his logbook, folded and unsigned. They are waking in size, some tall, some small. None of them speak, but they hear everything. When that note surfaced weeks later, tucked in a sealed equipment crate returned to Anchorage, investigators dismissed it as a prank, but those who had seen the first one did not laugh. Others began drawing parallels to the Tunguska event, 1908, where witnesses described not just a blast, but a man made of light rising into the sky, moments before the impact. To ancient folklore from the Inuit and Yupik peoples, who spoke of silent walkers under the ice, not spirits, not beasts, but those who came before. What if they weren't warnings? What if they were memories? As one anthropologist wrote, the farther north you go, the thinner the veil becomes, not between life and death, but between now and then, and the ice. Perhaps it isn't hiding these beings, perhaps it's keeping time. Each crack, each tremor, each warm breath that melts the crust is not a signal of danger, but the tick of an ancient clock, wound not by machines or stars, but by the breath of the earth itself. And these figures, tall, pale, silent, may be the hour markers, not malevolent, not kind, just witnesses, emerging to greet a world that has forgotten them, not because they need to, but because the clock says it is their turn. And what they see now, the wires, the ships, the warming currents, the satellites in orbit, is not a threat. It is an echo of a past they may have lived once, or watched collapse. Some now believe that these beings are not relics, not fossils, but reminders, carried through ice, kept in stasis, waiting not to take the world, but to hold a place in it, to rejoin a rhythm we forgot we shared. The final theory, the quietest one, comes from a linguist studying tonal language structures among circumpolar tribes. She noticed that ancient chants, some passed down without translation, shared melodic curves with the spectrograms captured during the frost event. Same rise, same decay, as if the chants were not just stories, but responses to something once heard from beneath, which raises the strangest possibility of all, that these beings, these ice walkers, these pale silhouettes gliding through thawed breath, have always spoken to us, and somewhere, deep within our oldest myths, we learn to answer back, not in words, but in song, in rhythm, in remembering. The Alaskan Ice Humanoid may be the first in a procession, a reappearance, a rebalancing, or perhaps not the first at all. Perhaps we are the ones emerging, not them. Perhaps we are the ones breaching the surface of something they've always known. And what they see in us, fire, metal, voice and forgetting, is a reflection of something they once were, or nearly became. In the end, nothing remains of the figure, no bones, no photos, no proof, only melted ice, and a line in the snow where the warmth did not belong. But somewhere beneath the Arctic shelf, the tremors continue, timed, measured, still breathing, not an alarm, just a signal, a shape beneath the world, pressing gently upward, waiting without malice, for the thaw. The waters off Indonesia's southern coast have always held stories. Currents shift sharply near the Java Trench, a 7-kilometer deep wound in the ocean floor, where warm surface water meets icy shadows that stretch to the underworld. Local sailors call it Laut yang tidak tidur, the sea that never sleeps, and near a remote rise known as Java Ridge, something once surfaced that no one could explain. It was just after midnight, in the humid dark of early April, when the Embracery Pelita Laut, a mid-sized cargo ship en route from Surabaya to Darwin, passed over a shallow section above the trench. Calm seas, no alarms. Then without warning, every sensor failed, sonar blanked, navigation screens froze, compasses spun wildly, as if repelled by the ridge below, and then the ship shuddered, not from collision, not from current, but from something beneath, as if a pressure wave had risen vertically, pushing the entire vessel upward by inches before it settled again. Crew rushed to the bridge. Nothing visible, but on the starboard side, lights began to appear, thin white strands rising like underwater lightning, dozens of them, then hundreds, trailing up from the depths in loose spirals. The captain ordered engines stopped. The ship drifted, then the ocean broke. From below something rose, smooth, fast and vast. At first, they thought it was another ship, a submarine, even a capsized wreck, lifting in the current. But this thing had no structure, no seams, no hatches, no tower, just a massive fin, broad and luminous, breaching the surface at an impossible angle before folding into itself and slipping silently back into the sea. One crewman said it looked like a giant ribbon of mercury, 10 meters long, undulating as it turned, its edge leaving a glowing trail in the water. Then it vanished. The lights flickered out. The ship's systems rebooted on their own, returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. But they were now off course by nearly 4 nautical miles, and below, where the sonar finally resumed, there was nothing, no disturbance, no wreckage, no known life form big enough to match what they saw, only silence. When they reached port days later, the story fractured into versions. Some said it was a freak light phenomenon, deep-sea bioluminescence rising from disturbed organisms. Others insisted it was a new species, something adapted to trench pressure, drawn upward by temperature gradients. One engineer proposed an experimental submarine test gone wrong, though no military logs ever confirmed operations in the area. But others whispered of the Ghostfin, a name not found in books, but passed from diver to diver, from sailor to sailor, like driftwood between tides. The Ghostfin is not a creature, they say. Not exactly. It's an effect, a phenomenon that moves like life, but leaves no trace. You don't hunt it, you don't find it. It finds you, briefly, then disappears again, as though checking something, measuring, remembering. In 1984, a Japanese survey drone captured a blurry sonar echo near the same location, a long tapered shape too smooth to be rock, rising vertically from the trench, then dispersing into nothing. The file was archived under instrumental noise, unverified anomaly. In 2007, a British hydroacoustic research team recorded a low-frequency warble off Java Ridge, like a whale song distorted through metal. The sound lasted 4 seconds. It came from 6,900 meters down. The team joked that something was singing to the crust, but perhaps it wasn't a joke. What if the Ghostfin isn't a single being? What if it's a membrane, a thin layer between pressures, between worlds, that sometimes breaches the surface when something far deeper tries to reach upward, like a finger testing the air, or a memory replaying through water? Witnesses described the same things. A fin with no body, serve movement without sound, light without sources, systems failing, then resuming a thing, a sense inexplicable but shared, of being seen, then forgotten. The Pelita Laut's first mate years later said it wasn't alive, but it moved like it remembered being alive, like a ghost of something from deeper down. He now refuses to sail over that region again. Today, Java Ridge is largely unremarkable on charts, just another underwater rise, part of the folded chaos where plates grind, heat rises, and pressure builds. No exclusion zones, no warnings, but at night, in certain harbors along the coast, fishermen tie their knots tighter when passing that latitude, because some wakes don't come from ships, and some lights beneath the waves don't belong to fish. Sometimes the sea lifts its own shadow to the surface, and sometimes it remembers you. The story of the Ghostfin should have faded, like most strange sea tales do, drowned in the noise of logistics reports and radar logs. But what followed in the months after the Pelita Laut sighting ensured the mystery would deepen rather than disappear. First came the damage reports: 3 vessels, a Coast Guard cutter, a deep-sea cable layer, and a private luxury yacht, all reported structural anomalies after passing over Java Ridge. None had collided with anything. No reefs, no sonar blips, no emergency pings, yet each showed signs of sudden precise tearing in their outer hulls, as if a claw or blade had passed along the metal with surgical force. The most baffling of these was the Kapil Arjuna, a government oceanographic survey ship. Its hull bore a single diagonal gash, nearly 11 feet long, carved not through from impact, but outward, as if something from inside the ship had tried to cut its way out. But there were no internal explosions, no fires, no breaches in the internal logs. The onboard ROV's remotely operated vehicles were intact, unused, and the ship's black box recorded no distress, just the usual engine hum and a single moment of total silence. Exactly 14 seconds of dead audio, not static, not error, just missing. The ship's chief technician, a soft-spoken man with 2 decades of sea experience, offered a quiet suggestion when questioned. He said the ocean sometimes folds. Pressed, he explained further, there are pockets down there, like folds in wet cloth. Something comes through those folds, not whole, not always physical, just shape, light, pressure. And when it passes through us, it leaves behind pieces of itself, or takes something with it. They didn't include his testimony in the final report, but quietly, the Indonesian Navy began to remap Java Ridge. What they found disturbed even the skeptics. Beneath the seafloor, sonar imaging showed tubes, not rock formations, but perfectly smooth conduits twisting beneath the ridge like roots or arteries. Some were hundreds of meters long, others, dead ends. But a few led nowhere. They simply stopped in blackness. A marine geologist described them as wormholes of basalt, though no known tectonic activity could have carved them. No lava flow matched their structure, and their smoothness defied the chaotic folding of subduction zones. Somewhere below Java Ridge, something had dug, once, something not blind, something that understood curvature. Drones sent into the area suffered multiple failures. One lost buoyancy, and never returned. Another surfaced with its camera lens melted, though it had recorded no rise in ambient temperature. Still, a third drone, launched hastily from a nearby research platform, captured a frame, just one. It showed what appeared to be a massive translucent fin-shaped form, suspended mid-water, hovering beside a cluster of cable bundles recently laid by telecom contractors. The object had no visible propulsion, no gills, no eyes, but along its surface ran thin, illuminated lines, symmetrical, pulsing faintly. The image was suppressed, but it leaked. Marine biology forums buzzed for weeks before the topic was scrubbed from public databases. Theories flooded in: a deep-sea manta variant, a rogue wave captured mid-collapse, an artificial camouflage test by a classified submersible. But no theory explained the precision of the form. It was too even, too balanced, like something engineered. And then came the vanishing metal. Divers inspecting a downed satellite beacon 2 miles east of Java Ridge reported the strangest detail of all. The beacon's anchoring clamps had been sliced clean, not broken, and the steel had dissolved at the molecular edge. Not corrosion, not rust. Something erased it, as if the steel had been remembered wrong. By the time salvage crews arrived, the beacon had drifted 10 kilometers away. Its memory card was blank, the audio logs blank. Only one file remained, a digital timestamp, dated the moment before the anchor detached, and in that file, an error code no one had seen before. SPLN, fin, 09.brt. Technicians dismissed it as a corrupted file name, but one linguist, examining the hex values, pointed out a pattern. Fin might not refer to a fish's appendage. It could mean final, or something else entirely. SPLN, fin, B-ers, spine, fin, ear, perth, or split, fin, blear. The code was never decrypted. It too disappeared. But for those who had seen the Ghostfin, or something like it, the message was already clear. This thing, whatever it was, could rise and fall without leaving evidence, could cut without touching, could watch and possibly learn. And worse, it might not be done. Because what if Java Ridge is not a breeding ground, not a home, but a breach point, a place where pressures thin, where memory rises, where forgotten shapes take form again, not by biology, but by intention, not alive, but not dead either, an echo given shape by tectonic rhythm, a ghost returning to the sea it once belonged to. And every ship that passes overhead, every drone that dips too deep, might not be discovering something new. They might be interrupting something very old. By the winter of 2025, research into the Java Ridge anomaly had quietly stalled. The area was still open for maritime travel. Cargo ships still crossed it. Survey vessels still gathered data. But beneath the surface of bureaucratic calm, something else had taken hold. Avoidance. Researchers no longer volunteered for expeditions near the trench. Insurance firms quietly updated their coverage maps to classify the area as unstable. Even the Indonesian fisheries that once cast nets along its fertile slope began shifting operations elsewhere, despite no visible danger. But then something rose again. On a cold grey morning, the Halcyon Law, a small private research vessel funded by an independent deep-sea acoustic institute, captured something alive on a thermal camera. The footage was taken just before dawn, when the sky had yet to color and the sea was still draped in steel blue calm. At first the surface rippled, nothing unusual, but then came a flare of heat, not from above, but from below. Thermal sensors, calibrated for sea temperature, showed a shape surfacing beneath the vessel, large, elongated, warmer than the surrounding water. Not hot, not volcanic, but warmed deliberately, like a living thing adjusting to surface pressure. The team froze. No one moved. The engines stayed off. The crew huddled silently around the monitor, watching as the heat signature arced along the port side, nearly the full length of the boat. Then, slowly, it receded, spiraling downward, vanishing, as if it had only paused to look. There was no visible wake, no sound, but the boat rocked ever so slightly, like something massive had nudged the water, not violently, but knowingly. The data was sent to a private server, but hours later, a remote purge wiped all footage. Only a few still images survived, stored on a disconnected backup drive. In them, the thermal outline was unmistakable, a massive fin-like structure trailing luminous threads, not unlike nerves, extending like feeling limbs across the ocean skin. No animal matches the heat pattern. No known creature carries that much thermal variance across such a scale. And more disturbing still, the structure didn't just pulse with warmth, it modulated. Frame by frame, its thermal signature shifted in sequence, like a code, rhythmic, looped and recursive. An acoustic linguist analyzed the sequence and made a chilling suggestion. the pattern resembled the waveform of a spoken question. What if the Ghostfin was not rising in aggression, but in inquiry? What if it was asking, and what, if anything, was answering back? Later that year, the sea floor near Java Ridge shifted, not by quake or storm. The seismograph stayed silent, but an entire ridge spine disappeared from bathymetric charts, gone, flattened, like something had pressed upward through it, smoothed it, or simply absorbed it. The sonar remapping revealed an absence, a space where once had been stone, empty, but clean, and in its place, drifting several meters above, was a single object, a ring, metallic but warped, like it had been twisted by pressure and time. It hovered mid-water for over 12 minutes before descending again. Divers retrieved it. It was smooth, seamless, no welds, no inscriptions, no source. When placed on a titanium workbench, the ring emitted a faint hum, a frequency inaudible to the human ear, but detected by the lab's underwater recording devices. It pulsed every 41 seconds, and then, after 72 hours, it cracked, not by force, but from within. The break was too precise to be natural, and when it opened, there was nothing inside, except for a single coiled strand, clear, organic, finer than silk, floating upward into the lab's filtration system, and lost. One technician claimed to hear something during the crack, a voice, not words, but the tone of recognition. He never worked again. He described it later as hearing a memory that wasn't his, something ancient, curious, lonely. The team was disbanded, the report buried, the ring lost. But elsewhere, across scattered ships and remote platforms, more data began to emerge, signals mimicking old sonar archives, but with added distortions, like someone replaying forgotten moments through a degraded medium. Whole recordings showing reflections of shapes that weren't present above or below, as though something invisible had mirrored the vessel from a parallel space. And the oddest of all, voice logs where captains reported speaking into the comms, only to later discover that their words had been altered, subtly, calmly, like a different version of themselves had replied. All in the vicinity of Java Ridge. It leads to one final theory, whispered, unpublished, and untested. The Ghostfin is not a creature, not a ship, not even a thing. It is a memory, projected into the world through some ancient breach, a form that drifts between what was and what could be, and its appearances are rehearsals, attempts to become again, a shadow, trying to grow bones. Each surfacing is an echo of a future that has not yet happened, and may never fully form. But in rare moments, when the sea stills and time folds, it breaches, not to be seen, but to remember how. And those who witness it, they carry fragments, not proof, but stories, and questions, questions that ripple across instruments and dreams, questions no sonar can answer, questions that do not fade, only drift, like the Ghostfin itself, sliding silently back beneath the Java Ridge, to wait. By late spring, the sea ice had thinned into broken sheets, floes drifting in slow spirals toward the open Arctic. The world above resumed its rhythms, fishing boats resumed routes, wildlife stirred along the coasts, and the science teams packed up their frost-bitten instruments and flew home with files of corrupted data and quiet memories they wouldn't quite discuss. But the ice remained watchful. Somewhere between myth and mistake, the figure lived on, not in headlines, not in documentation, but in hushed retellings, the kind exchanged over coffee in coastal towns, or whispered aboard research vessels under midnight sun. They no longer asked what it was, they asked when it might return, because something had changed. In the northernmost corners of Alaska, where the tundra breathes fog into frozen rivers, a second event occurred, unannounced, unfilmed, but witnessed by two men on a resupply run to a remote weather outpost. They had stopped to rest. No storm, no urgency, just silence, as the wind fell still, and then the ice cracked. Not a boom, not a rumble, but a clean tearing, like fabric stretched too thin, and from the center, they saw something rise. Not tall, this one was small, childlike in shape, but carrying the same spectral pallor. It did not walk. It floated inches above the fissure, limbs drawn in as if conserving warmth that never existed. Its face, half-formed, turned toward them, not menacing, not blank, just present, and then as before, it vanished, not into the air, but into the wind itself, as though the breeze had carried it away in particles of frost and light. The two men never spoke of it again, not officially, but one of them left behind a note, tucked inside his logbook, folded and unsigned. They are waking in size, some tall, some small. None of them speak, but they hear everything. When that note surfaced weeks later, tucked in a sealed equipment crate returned to Anchorage, investigators dismissed it as a prank. But those who had seen the first one did not laugh. Others began drawing parallels to the Tunguska event, 1908, where witnesses described not just a blast, but a man made of light rising into the sky moments before the impact. To ancient folklore from the Inuit and Yupik peoples, who spoke of silent walkers under the ice, not spirits, not beasts, but those who came before. What if they weren't warnings? What if they were memories? As one anthropologist wrote, "The farther north you go, the thinner the veil becomes, not between life and death, but between now and then, and the ice." Perhaps it isn't hiding these beings, perhaps it's keeping time. Each crack, each tremor, each warm breath that melts the crust is not a signal of danger, but the tick of an ancient clock, wound not by machines or stars, but by the breath of the earth itself. And these figures, tall, pale, silent, may be the hour markers, not malevolent, not kind, just witnesses, emerging to greet a world that has forgotten them, not because they need to, but because the clock says it is their turn. And what they see now, the wires, the ships, the warming currents, the satellites in orbit, is not a threat. It is an echo of a past they may have lived once, or watched collapse. Some now believe that these beings are not relics, not fossils, but reminders, carried through ice, kept in stasis, waiting not to take the world, but to hold a place in it, to rejoin a rhythm we forgot we shared. The final theory, the quietest one, comes from a linguist studying tonal language structures among circumpolar tribes. She noticed that ancient chants, some passed down without translation, shared melodic curves with the spectrograms captured during the frost event. Same rise, same decay, as if the chants were not just stories, but responses to something once heard from beneath, which raises the strangest possibility of all, that these beings, these ice walkers, these pale silhouettes gliding through thawed breath, have always spoken to us, and somewhere, deep within our oldest myths, we learn to answer back, not in words, but in song, in rhythm, in remembering. The Alaskan Ice Humanoid may be the first in a procession, a reappearance, a rebalancing, or perhaps not the first at all. Perhaps we are the ones emerging, not them. Perhaps we are the ones breaching the surface of something they've always known. And what they see in us, fire, metal, voice and forgetting, is a reflection of something they once were, or nearly became. In the end, nothing remains of the figure, no bones, no photos, no proof, only melted ice, and a line in the snow where the warmth did not belong. But somewhere beneath the Arctic shelf, the tremors continue, timed, measured, still breathing, not an alarm, just a signal, a shape beneath the world, pressing gently upward, waiting without malice, for the thaw. There are places in the ocean where maps warp and logic bends, places shaped not by land but by movement, where tectonics breathe and the seafloor rises and falls like a sleeping giant's chest. One such place is the coral-strewn labyrinth just west of the Vanuatu archipelago, where volcanic heat meets deep marine trenches, and the reef shelves break like cracked porcelain over miles of submerged chasms. In May of 2019, a seismic event rattled the southern banks of Espiritu Santo, a deep tremor, magnitude 5.2, with no epicenter on land, no tsunami, no visible aftermath. For most, it passed without concern, but below the surface, that subtle quake did something strange. It opened something. A dive team from a local university, conducting reef health surveys, had moored near a drop-off known by locals as Tangas Roy, the place that turns, a canyon of coral and obsidian. It spiraled downward in graceful arcs, too deep for standard scuba and rarely visited. The team had deployed a tethered camera drone the day before the quake, and when they returned to review the footage, they expected the usual colorful fish, sediment shifts, perhaps some coral fracturing. But what they saw instead was a vortex. Near the edge of the trench, where the reef gave way to sheer black, something had begun to rotate. Not water, not current, but a shape, massive, organic, spiraled like a conch shell, but moving. The footage showed it unfurling slowly, layer by layer, from a depression in the rock. At first it appeared to be a tangle of dark tendrils, then sheets of translucent membrane, rippling outward with a gentle undulation, and in its center, a single eye-like void, not glowing, not blinking, just open. When the drone approached within 10 meters, every feed cut, not to black, but to white, blinding, uniform whiteness. The drone resurfaced minutes later, drifting. Its casing was intact, but its data drive was empty, overwritten by something that registered no code, no file system, just static pulses. The university filed a notice with the regional marine monitoring group. The case was labeled electromagnetic disruption, unknown source, but to the divers it was something else. They began to dream. Each member of the team, 7 in total, reported vivid underwater visions in the weeks that followed, dreams of spiraling corridors, made of bone and coral, of soft clicking sounds beneath their skulls, and of being watched by something they could not see, something coiled. One diver, a biologist named Mara, described it in her journal as being inside a seashell that never ends, and hearing my own thoughts echo back wrong. The locals weren't surprised. Fishermen from the nearby island of Malo had long refused to fish beyond a certain point near the trench, not because of sharks, not because of depth, but because of something they called the Taragoro, the spiral one, a thing that comes not from below, but from within the sea itself. They said it lives sideways to the world, that it turns not in circles but in layers, like pages turning in water, one fold at a time, and when it surfaces, it's not to feed, but to reset, to unspool. 3 weeks after the quake, a cargo ship, the Sister Star, en route from Fiji to Noumea, passed over the same trench. At precisely 3:12 a.m., all instruments recorded a sudden shift in barometric pressure, though weather reports logged clear skies. The ship's hull dipped, not dramatically, less than a meter, but suddenly, like it had sagged into something soft. Crew on night watch reported seeing a ring of glowing shapes in the water, rotating slowly clockwise, not jellyfish, not phosphorescent fish, but long twisting filaments, each dozens of meters in length, moving in perfect unison. At the center of the ring, something breached, just for a moment. A tower of spiraled matter, black at the base and glassy at the top, spun into the air with no sound, like water refracted through crystal. Then it folded, collapsing inward in a way that defied physics, shrinking without retreating. No splash, no wake, just absence. The ship logged a magnetic anomaly. One crewman fainted, another, a mechanic named Reyes, refused to speak for days. When he finally did, all he said was, "It saw inside me. It spun me around and put me back, but not the same." The Sister Star changed course, and never returned to that route again. Later, sonar scans of the area revealed something new. A spiral trench, freshly carved into the seafloor, 10 meters wide, several kilometers long. No quake had caused it, no landslide. The groove was smooth, even, too precise for nature, too alien for tools, and in the center, a pit, circular, perfect, bottomless. A few months after the appearance of the spiral trench, a team from the Pacific Seismic Observatory deployed an autonomous underwater glider to survey the area. It was equipped with multi-beam sonar, environmental sensors, and a deep-sea microphone tuned to pick up infrasonic frequencies, the kind emitted by earthquakes, whales, and sometimes, things no one could explain. The glider descended silently, slipping past curtains of fish and ridges of coral dusted in volcanic silt. As it crossed over the trench's spiral groove, something unusual occurred. The ambient pressure, temperature, and salinity all held steady, no anomaly. But the depth reading began to oscillate. One moment it reported 3,280 meters, then 3,204, then back again. Then, without the glider moving, 3,306. It was as if the water itself had become uneven, not in currents or waves, but in shape, as though the sea had been creased, and the glider had unknowingly passed over one of the folds. It was then that the audio recording began. The glider's microphone picked up a sound not previously heard in that region. It began low, a dull, cyclical throb, like a heart wrapped in distance. But as it continued, other layers emerged, clicking rhythms, harmonic pulses, and a long spiraling tone that wound upward like a slow alarm heard through miles of water. One marine acousticist who later analyzed the recording said, "It's not a creature, it's a structure that's singing." A researcher from Kyoto University overlaid the waveform with the golden spiral, the logarithmic curve found in everything from galaxies to hurricanes to nautilus shells. The tones followed the curve exactly. Each sound point landed on a calculated ratio. It wasn't random, it was deliberate. And that's when they began to wonder, what if this wasn't just a creature moving through the ocean? What if it was a signal, emerging into 3 dimensions, not from the sea, but through it? What if the spiral beast wasn't alive in the way we understand life, but alive in the way a song is? A form of memory, coiled and repeated, passing from pressure to shape to echo. Then came the shipwreck. A fishing trawler named Adele Hope, with a crew of 12, vanished less than 15 miles from the spiral trench. The weather was calm, their last transmission was routine. Nets cast, sonar clean, heading south. When the vessel failed to return, search teams combed the region for 5 days. On the 6th day, a cargo freighter spotted debris. The Adele Hope's lifeboats were floating, still tethered to the main hull, which itself was upright, half submerged, as though it had been gently lowered into the sea rather than capsized. The strangest part, there was no damage, no holes, no fire, no broken windows. The ship looked untouched, abandoned in mid-task. Fishing nets trailed behind it, lines still taut. Inside, coffee mugs sat full, radios were silent, jackets hung neatly, but no crew, except for one. A man presumed to be the ship's engineer, was found in the engine room, still breathing, eyes wide open, heart steady, but unresponsive. His body showed no trauma, no injuries, no exposure, but his brain activity was anomalous, spiking and dipping in slow rhythmic waves. Medical analysis would later show that his neural oscillations mirrored the infrasonic recordings taken by the underwater glider. It was as if his mind had been tuned, like a radio dial set to something between stations, and stuck there. For weeks he remained unchanged. Then one evening, during a routine hospital check, he spoke a single sentence, "I turned too far," and then he wept. Quietly, without explanation, he would say nothing else. That same month, off the coast of Vanuatu, locals reported glowing rings in the sea, not lights, not boats, but wide faint spirals of luminescent water, visible only from high cliffs or drone footage. They appeared at night, rotated counterclockwise for several minutes, then vanished beneath the surface, like ink being pulled down a drain. The rings left behind no residue, no temperature change. But one drone that captured footage also recorded a low-frequency pulse that rose to an audible tone before cutting out. When slowed down 400%, that tone resembled the same winding frequency as the glider's earlier recording, only this time, it ended with a new sound, a thud, then silence, then a distant soft chime. Theories began to emerge. Some believed it was a form of sentience, testing dimensional edges, a spiral-shaped intelligence that manifests briefly through tectonic stress points. Others proposed it was an echo of time, a creature or pattern from the planet's past, coiled in geology and reawakened by deep-sea movements. One theory, the most unsettling, suggested the spiral beast wasn't from another place or time, but from within Earth itself, a part of the biosphere, too deep, too foreign, and too slow to register until now. Something that only stirs when the sea becomes still. A frequency-based life form, not flesh, not bone, but architecture made of pressure and memory. A thought that takes centuries to unfold. The spiral isn't a body, it's a mind, and each surfacing is a single idea being expressed, briefly, softly, before submerging again beneath layers of coral, current, and time. As the dive team stood down and the current swept clean again, the trench quieted. But no one believed it was over, because in every sonar sweep since then, across thousands of kilometers of sea floor, a pattern has begun to emerge. Spiral-shaped trenches, spiral-shaped vibrations, spiral-shaped dreams, scattered, growing, converging, and each one deeper than the last. A year after the initial tremor awakened the spiral trench, an oceanographic research vessel, Asterion Deep, returned to Vanuatu with a specialized mission. Funded quietly by a coalition of universities and private deep-sea investors, the team had one purpose: to find the spiral and to listen, but not with sonar, or cameras, or nets. They came with resonant instruments, new prototypes, designed to translate tectonic micro-vibrations into audible frequencies. Essentially, a set of underwater ears calibrated, not for whales or quakes, but for things that move like slow breath through stone and silt. The vessel anchored near the trench's outer rim, in the still blue calm of a late afternoon. A gentle wind pulled at the antenna. Coral shadows danced below the hull. No storms on the radar, no movement on the water. At 3:47 p.m., the resonance array lit up, not visually, but audibly. It began as a low roll, almost imperceptible, like the deep sound of a large animal turning in its sleep. Then came a cascading sequence of tones, winding upward and downward, repeating but never identical, like notes spiraling through time, rather than space. And in the middle of it all, a pause, not silence exactly, more like the presence of something listening. One acoustician on board said the frequencies reminded her of a question being asked, followed by a silence not for lack of answer, but for waiting. They played back the recording in real time, looped it again, and realized something stranger still. The pattern wasn't merely musical, it was geometric. When translated into visual waveforms, the sound formed an unbroken logarithmic spiral, the golden ratio. Just like the earlier diver dreams, just like the groove left on the ocean floor, this wasn't a cry, it was a blueprint. And then came the break. At 4:12 p.m., the sea directly beneath the ship began to pulse, not with current or wind, but with depth. Echo sounders recorded the seafloor dropping, not physically, but as if it were folding away from itself. Depth readings increased by meters per second. One moment, the trench floor sat at 3,400 meters. The next, it was 3,700, then 3,900, then beyond readable range. But the ship had not moved. One technician whispered, "It's not getting deeper, we're just seeing more of it." Then without warning, the entire resonance array stopped. No noise, no vibrations, just stillness. And the moment it did, the water surface fractured, not violently, but cleanly, like a circle had been peeled back. In that window of disruption, something surfaced. It did not breach like a whale, or leap like a squid. It rose smoothly, without effort, spiraling upward through the parted water like smoke in reverse. Observers on deck reported a translucent body, wide at the base, tapering as it climbed, made not of flesh, but of folded light. Its form shifted constantly, unable to hold a single shape for more than a second. One moment it resembled a twisting nautilus, the next, a helix of concentric disks. Then for an instant, something almost humanoid, a column of moving rings with a face made of water and pressure. Then it vanished. The water collapsed, the sea fell silent, but the ship's depth readings remained off. Instruments reported their position as being below sea level, even though the crew stood on dry deck. That's when the crew began to notice changes. Voices heard just slightly before mouths moved. Reflections in windows that lagged behind real motion. The stars at night seemed subtly rearranged. Constellations just one or two stars out of place. And in their dreams, the spiral returned. More vivid now, faster, closer. They dreamt of massive wheels beneath the sea, made of coral and glass, spinning in slow impossible rhythm. Of staircases descending not into depth, but through memory, where they could feel moments they had never lived, lives not their own, and always, always, the sense of being watched by something patient. The Asterian deep returned to port. Its recordings were backed up, its crew dispersed, and not one member of that mission has returned to the ocean since. Some refuse to speak. Others obsessively draw spirals in notebooks, margins, walls, even in the air, with their fingers absent-mindedly, like a tick. One researcher vanished entirely. Her apartment left behind only a looped audio file, playing a 6-tone sequence that repeated forever. The file has since been analyzed and found to be a compressed version of the spiral frequency recorded at the trench. Compressed how? No one knows, but it plays for exactly 1 hour and 44 minutes, then loops, always loops. In the years that followed, spiral-shaped phenomena began appearing more frequently. A circular upwelling of bioluminescent plankton near Tonga, forming a perfect Fibonacci pattern before dissipating. Satellite photos showing underwater whirlpools that reverse direction mid-rotation, something previously thought impossible. And most disturbingly, a seismic scan in the Indian Ocean that revealed a spiral-shaped void beneath the crust. A space with no density, as though the rock had folded around something that isn't there. Across research institutions, a quiet consensus began to form. The spiral beast is not a beast, it is a mechanism, or an organism, or a thought, waiting to finish forming. Its appearances are moments of emergence, test patterns, soft announcements that something older than species, older than oceans, is beginning to wake. And it speaks in shape, in rhythm, in pressure and return. All we've seen so far are the corners, the edges of its idea, and if it ever comes fully into view, into dimension, into permanence, it may not be a question of how we understand it, but of how it understands us. In the months that followed, the spiral sightings became sparser, but not less significant. Like a melody moving to its final notes, the phenomenon began to fade, but left behind signs that its presence was not a passing storm, not a visitation, but a process still unfolding, somewhere below, somewhere deep. An unmanned submersible, Delphine II, deployed by an oceanic observatory on Tonga's northern rim, recorded something during a routine descent. It was meant to monitor coral bleaching and vent activity, nothing more. But as it passed 2,800 meters, its sensors began to pick up subtle, undulating changes in salinity, not enough to trigger an alert, but enough to paint a map of movement. The currents it detected didn't move like waves or thermohaline flows. They moved like fingers, 5 broad ridges of denser water that spiraled around the sub's position, brushing by it as if they were searching, not aimless, not chaotic, but curved and patterned, as though part of some vast body that existed across miles, unseen by light, but sensed by density and motion. The vehicle's pressure readings began to fluctuate, as if gravity itself had been slightly disturbed. And for 4 full minutes, the onboard camera captured nothing, not darkness, not blur, just a shimmering field of distortion, like heat on asphalt, but under the sea, and then a voice. It wasn't speech, not language, not even sound, but a pattern of pulses fed into the machine's data logs that once analyzed formed something resembling binary, except arranged not in lines but in spirals. A cryptanalyst from Norway fed the pattern through a series of simulations. When visualized three-dimensionally, it formed a shape familiar to those who had studied the spiral beast, a perfect golden spiral, not flat, but coiled like a galaxy, extending into virtual space, and at its center was a void. No data, no code, just absence. A message with a missing middle. Perhaps the spiral wasn't telling us something. Perhaps it was waiting for us to fill in the rest. Elsewhere, things began to change subtly, not catastrophically, but unmistakably. Migratory routes of whales shifted by thousands of kilometers. Some began to gather in slow-turning formations, not pods, circles, swimming in silence. Seafloor mapping programs began to report errors near old undersea cable routes, as if the terrain itself had shifted, trenches subtly widened, ridges slightly lowered, with no seismic activity to explain it. One hydrophone array off the coast of Fiji recorded what it initially classified as subglacial creaking, until someone noticed the timing. Every 7 hours and 13 minutes, the same creak, followed by a harmonic overtone and a frequency drop-off. It was repeating, like a heartbeat, but larger, slower, not mechanical, like something alive, and waiting. A marine folklorist named Isa Malik, who had long studied Pacific legends, pointed out something from a 15th century chant recorded on Rotuma Island. Translated from the ancestral dialect, it described a being that turns beneath the waves like the shell of time and sings not for prey, but for memory. She matched the chant's meter to the infrasonic pulse from Vanuatu. They fit perfectly. And yet the spiral beast itself, if that's what it is, never appeared again in visible form. Not since the shimmering breach beneath the Asterian deep. No shape, no glow, no spiral rising from the depths. Just patterns, just echoes, just the quiet marks left behind by something passing through. So what was it? Some say it was a life form of impossible scale, a creature that spans tectonic plates, one we cannot observe fully because our concept of form is too small. Others believe it was a thought form, born from the ocean's memory, accumulating for millennia and now folding into dimension like a tide pulling back its veil. A few believe it wasn't a creature at all, but a threshold, a place where ideas fold into matter, and where deep beneath pressure and silence, the laws we call physics begin to curve inward. But there's one detail most overlook. The spiral didn't attack, it didn't consume, it didn't even stay. It simply rose, expressed itself through water, light, and dream, then receded. Not out of weakness, not out of fear, but because that was never the point. Its surfacing was a gesture, a breath, a pause, a signal, not meant for us, but passing through us, like a ripple that doesn't stop at the surface, but keeps going, upward and outward, into the part of the world we cannot see. Some wonder if it will return, some say it already has, just not in ways we're trained to recognize, in the hum of sonar, in the turning of currents, in the dreams that echo spirals. And if the spiral beast was real, if it was not a hallucination, not a trick of water and mind, then it may be the first true intelligence the ocean has ever sent to the surface, not to ask anything, not to take, but to remember, to mark the water with its form, so that long after we are gone, the trenches still whisper, something was here, something turned, something new, and in that spiral, the ocean itself, ancient, watchful, unchanging, leaves behind its quiet, unknowable shape, its breath, its message, its silence. Before dawn, the shoreline was quiet. Tasmania's southern coast has long been a place of solitude, jagged cliffs softened by wind, kelp forests whispering below the surf. But in the spring of 1986, that solitude was broken, and though the event remains largely untold, buried in whispers and brief local reports, those who remember it speak in careful tones. It began with tracks, not footprints exactly, indentations, deep, narrow impressions in the sand, perfectly spaced, stretching for nearly half a mile along an untouched stretch of beach. Locals found them just after sunrise, thinking perhaps a crane or heavy bird had wandered ashore, but the tide hadn't yet come in, and no creature known to that coast left such evenly spaced, vertical stabs into the sand, nearly 2 feet deep and without drag marks. A marine biologist named Ella Sharp was called in from Hobart to examine them. What struck her first was the spacing 3.7 meters apart, not inconsistent, identical, a stride too large for any biped, too narrow for a quadruped. And then there was the shape. Each impression was cylindrical, not clawed or webbed, almost like the leg of a tripod, but ending in a taper that suggested something organic, not machine, not tool. The tide washed them away by noon, but that was only the beginning. At 4:18 a.m. that morning, before the tracks were discovered, 2 lighthouse operators stationed near Matsuka Island filed an unusual note into their night log, tall silhouette on the surf, upright, moving north. The sketch they drew showed something spindly, angular, walking through shallow water with impossible balance, its body never bending, its limbs like fishing poles trailing into the sea. They assumed hallucination, fatigue, sea spray, until later that week, a coastal patrol reported finding a collapsed structure washed into a cove, not driftwood, not netting, but something pale and long, like bone, arranged in lengths and joints. It bent in one place, broke in another, and it hissed when touched, not audibly, but through vibration, like touching the wire of a live fence. Samples were taken, but deteriorated in air, and on the same morning, across the Bass Strait in mainland Australia, a seismic monitor recorded an impact, not from an earthquake, not from a landslide, but from something landing, only it had no origin. The signal was clear, directional, but it began in the air, above the waterline, a spike, then a collapse, then a long spiraling echo. The Tasmanian locals would later say they felt something that night, a heaviness in the air, a stillness in the tide, and dreams that came with sounds, hollow, long-legged, walking sounds. By the following month, the sightings had grown stranger. On a cliffside south of Cockle Creek, a hiker snapped a photograph of what he thought was a crane in the mist, but the image, when examined, showed no wings, no beak, just limbs, thin and reed-like, casting shadows too long for the terrain. He never returned to the spot. The government response was minimal, a short survey, a brush-off report, words like optical illusion, wind deformation, marine debris, but then came the video. In 1992, a VHS tape surfaced from an anonymous sender mailed to a university in Victoria. It contained a single clip, 2 minutes of shaky night vision footage, shot from behind a sand dune. In it, a tall white figure walked the beach, its legs bent the wrong way, backwards at the knee, long and mechanical in movement, but soft in material. They didn't thud or crunch against the sand, but bent in slow silence, like they were moving through water, even though it walked in air. The figure had no torso, only a central stalk from which the legs branched, and something faintly luminous near its crown, not eyes, not a head, but but a single pulsing glow, like bioluminescence filtered through gauze. At the end of the clip, the creature folded inward, collapsing not like a dying animal, but like a tent packed into itself. Each limb retracted, vanished, and then the central stalk slumped to the sand and melted into foam. The tide took it. No follow-up footage has ever surfaced, but the copy that remains in the university archive has never been disproven. Experts can't agree if the video is real, but every analyst who's watched it comes away saying the same thing. It doesn't look fake, it looks wrong, like it was filmed somewhere not quite here. And that's the legacy of the Stilt Walker, as locals came to call it. Not a monster, not a beast, not even a ghost, but something out of sequence, something that does not belong to the sea, but visits it, something whose very movement breaks the rhythm of time, leaving behind only strange sandmarks, flickering silhouettes, and a moment, just one, where the natural order seems to pause and allow something from elsewhere to step through. The tides returned, the coastlines healed, but the stories never stopped. And each year, near the equinox, when the waters grow still and the stars seem to hang a little longer in the sky, some say you can still see a shadow walking across the surf, a tall figure, silent, balanced, impossible. In the wake of the VHS footage, the Tasmanian coast settled into uneasy quiet. There were no more sightings, no new reports, but among a very small circle of marine researchers and folklorists, the legend of the Stilt Walker began to spread. Not through academic papers, but through late-night emails, private forums, quiet conference conversations whispered between talks on kelp cycles and coral dieback. One such whisper came from an old surveyor named Jonah Carr, who'd worked off and on for nearly 4 decades with the Australian Hydrographic Office. He remembered the coastlines from before the satellite age, when all depth had to be measured manually, with weighted lines and sonar blips printed on damp graph paper. He recalled one charting mission in particular, from 1979. They were mapping offshore sandbars that had shifted after a minor quake, 3 nautical miles south of Research Bay. Their depth reader began to behave oddly. Every 10 seconds, it would register a vertical column in the water, like a tower that hadn't been there before, rising suddenly from the seafloor, then vanishing as quickly as it came. It wasn't static. It moved, slowly, walking. He marked the anomaly in pencil on his charts, but was told to discard the readings. Faulty signal, they said. But the spot haunted him, because for 10 straight minutes, the sonar painted the same image, 2 vertical lines, evenly spaced, appearing and disappearing, like the legs of something tall and precise, pacing beneath the hull. He called it the Echo Walker. He didn't think to connect it to the Stilt Walker until years later, when a student showed him the VHS footage.
He paled.
Said he'd seen that shape before, not with eyes, but with instruments. That shape had walked under his ship. Others came forward too. A tugboat operator off Port Davey remembered seeing a shimmer, like heat rising from asphalt, except this was over the cold sea. A tourist aboard a whale-watching cruise near Bruny Island snapped a photo of the sunrise, and only later noticed in the far corner of the frame, something tall and slender, mid-stride, stepping out of the water like a heron made of mist. And in 1999, the most chilling account came not from Tasmania, but from New Zealand. A cargo drone en route from Bluff to Melbourne, programmed to fly low over the ocean to conserve fuel, veered slightly off course. When it returned, its flight data contained a sharp jolt, 0.9 Gs of unexpected vertical lift, as though something had pushed it upward from below. The video feed captured only sea spray. But the thermal logs told another story. For just under 0.7 seconds, a heat signature, tall, upright, 40 degrees Celsius hotter than ambient water, rose from the ocean beneath the drone, passed through its flight path, and then was gone. There was no engine, no jet, no drone, or bird or balloon, just a column of heat in the shape of limbs, and then silence. Some began to speculate. What if the Stilt Walker wasn't entirely here? What if it wasn't a creature at all, but a projection, or even a leak, from something larger, something whose full form couldn't manifest in our world, only parts of it, as conditions allowed, a leg, a glow, a stride, like a shadow cast through fog. It walks between realities, and for brief moments, the boundary weakens. One theory suggested that the Stilt Walker appears only when the sea itself is in flux, when tides meet seismic stress, and the space between matter and motion loosens. Not a ghost, but a response, a side effect of the ocean's tectonic memory. Others believe it's older than our species, older than fish, older than time, as we count it. Perhaps it's a biological remnant of a previous Earth, one that flickers back into being only under very specific atmospheric alignments. Or perhaps it's not biological at all. Some compared it to the behavior of certain mushrooms, fruiting bodies that emerge only when underground conditions align. The stilt walker might be the visible tip of something rooted deep beneath the seafloor, not a body, but a sensor, a periscope, a scout. And perhaps it's not walking. Perhaps from its perspective we're the ones moving, and it's simply standing still, while the world turns under its feet. What's most unsettling isn't the footage, or the sonar echoes, or the sand marks. It's the consistency. Over more than 40 years, in dozens of sightings the creature is always the same, tall, impossibly narrow, limbed, luminous at the top, walking upright, never crawling, never swimming, always walking, as if the sea is not liquid to it, but something else entirely. A surface, a veil, a stage. The sightings always end the same too. The creature collapses, folds, melts, as though it was never fully here to begin with, as though its time among us was borrowed, and running out. One poet wrote, after hearing of the legend, always walking, always walking, There's no proof, no conclusive evidence, but the stories remain. The footage still exists. That the stories remain. The footage still exists. And somewhere, on cold mornings when fog drapes the tide like a curtain, someone always stops, stares, waits, because something tall still walks the shore, and though we may never catch it fully in light or lens, we feel it. In the stillness of the sea. In the pause between waves. In the faint echo of footsteps, too long to be ours. It wasn't only scientists and sailors who whispered of the walker. Further inland, old Tasmanian families had their own stories, tales passed down in murmurs, mostly ignored, mostly dismissed. But if you asked gently, without cameras or notebooks, and if you waited long enough for the silence to feel safe, some would speak of the long-legged stranger who comes from the sea. They'd say it's not a monster, they'd say it's a visitor. One grandmother in Huonville swore her father had seen it once, during World War II, when patrolling the coastline for foreign submarines. He never reported it, she said, but he stopped sleeping well after that. He said he'd watched something cross the beach with perfect balance, its movements slow, elegant, completely unnatural, like watching a tree walk. A white tree, impossibly tall, vanishing into fog just before it reached the tree line. He said it turned once, just once, and though it had no face, he felt it look at him. Another account came from a painter who lived on Bruny Island in the 1960s. He specialized in coastal landscapes, mostly for tourists, sunlight on rocks, gulls above waves. But one canvas in his back room was never sold, never shown. He kept it covered under a cloth, hidden like a wound. The rare visitor who glimpsed it spoke of an enormous pale figure in the surf, with arms like reeds and legs like stilts, walking away from the shore. Its head was nothing more than a white orb, trailing mist behind it. He called it the one who crosses. When asked why he never painted it again, he said, because it knew I did. Folklorists have tried to gather these accounts into some coherent thread, but it always slips. Some stories end with the creature turning into smoke. Others say it sinks into the sea like it's going home. Still others say it doesn't disappear at all, but stops, mid-step, and stands there for hours, unmoving, as if time ceases to apply. Then it's just gone. No collapse, no splash, just absence. In every version, the creature never speaks, never chases, never harms. It walks or watches, and then it's gone. And always, always, it appears during a change in season. That detail persists like a signature. Equinox, solstice, lunar shift. Moments when the world adjusts itself, slightly, just enough to make room for something that doesn't normally fit. Something like the stilt walker. There's a belief, held quietly by a few esoteric naturalists, that the Earth contains not only hidden species, but hidden timings, moments when the boundaries thin, and things not meant for the surface world are allowed, briefly, to wander into it. And in those moments it's not that we see them, it's that they allow themselves to be seen. One diver, a cryptic field researcher named Martin Hale, spent nearly 8 years off Tasmania's coast trying to provoke an encounter. He used sonar pulses, subsonic lures, even acoustic mimicry of the creature's supposed steps. Nothing worked. Until one morning in 2008, he was moored just offshore, preparing to lower a temperature buoy, when the water changed. Not visibly, but in sensation. The air around him grew thick, heavy. Sound dropped out, as if muffled by invisible cloth. Then he heard it. A single step. A noise like a wet branch snapping far away, but impossibly tall. He turned. Nothing there. Then another step. And another. He scanned the water, the rocks, the fog, and then silence again. But when he replayed his hydrophone recording, the sounds were there. Heavy, watery thuds, spaced with near-perfect rhythm, just under 4 seconds apart. When mapped against the average stride length of previous track patterns, they matched, exactly. He left the project that year, never explained why. In 2010, a drone survey picked up something peculiar while scanning cliff erosion near Loon River. Among frames of fallen stone and crashing waves, a single blurred frame stood out. A tall, pale silhouette, partially obscured by sea spray just at the waterline, motionless, upright. The frame after it was empty. Experts dismissed it as an imaging error, but those who'd heard the stories recognized the posture, the legs too thin for their length, the head too bright, the curve of the back, like a reed in wind. Still no conclusions, no proof, only fragments. But that's the way it's always been with the stilt walker. Like driftwood floating just out of reach. You can see its shape, feel its echo, sense its rhythm in the lull between waves. But you cannot hold it. Some say it's a guardian, some say it's a warning, some say it's a memory of walking trapped in the ocean's old bones. But none can say for certain, only that when you hear steps where no creature should be, when you feel watched, not with eyes, but with presence, and when the fog clings too tight to the tide, look to the shore, look to the surf. Something tall may be walking there, but it won't wait for you, it never does. By the 2020s, the stilt walker had become more than a story. It was an echo embedded in the coastlines, not just in Tasmania, but along isolated inlets of New Zealand, and even in whispered sightings from the southern coast of Chile, where seafarers mentioned tall white shadows stepping through mist near fjords carved by glaciers long gone. No official records confirm its existence, no scientific paper bears its name, but still it walks, across rumor, across culture, across quiet fields of mind where silence and sea are one. One final account, perhaps the strangest, arrived in 2022 through an unlisted livestream hosted by a small channel dedicated to ocean anomalies. The footage came from a group of amateur drone pilots who'd launched a thermal drone at dusk near a forgotten cove on the Tasman Peninsula. They were chasing bioluminescent algae blooms, filming long glows curling across tide pools, but the camera caught something else. Not a bloom, not light, a figure. At first, it was dismissed, just a glare or sensor artifact. But when the drone hovered and zoomed, the figure clarified. In thermal vision, it appeared as a cold absence in a warm sea, a silhouette over 6 meters tall, barely distinguishable from the surrounding air, but there with long straight limbs evenly spaced, and a single pulsing orb of warmth near what could only be the head. The shape stood still for 43 seconds. Then, moved. It took one long step inland, not splashing, not shifting sand, as if the very molecules beneath it made room. Then another step, and then it faded, not by motion, not by distance, but by dissolving from relevance, like a ghost memory a mind chooses to release. The stream cut out, not a technical error, just gone. The footage later appeared corrupted, not with digital glitches, but with visual inconsistencies that mimicked natural forgetfulness. A phenomenon not well understood, but studied in cases of trauma, when the brain itself rearranges memory to protect the self. And that became the new theory, that the stilt walker doesn't evade documentation by stealth, or speed, or even environment, but by consensual forgetfulness, that to remember it too clearly invites a kind of inner displacement, like your mind has to bend slightly to fit the memory. and when it snaps back, the memory doesn't. It's not erased. It's released. And so the walker walks on. Its legacy isn't fossil or photograph, but a lingering sensation that something impossibly tall once crossed your field of vision, that a sound not meant for land echoed across shallow tide, that an absence, felt rather than seen, passed close enough to touch, but didn't. And now, in coastal art markets and isolated zines, depictions of the creature take on new life. Not monstrous, not menacing, but elegant, alien, alone, always alone. Some show it walking across waves like glass, others standing mid-step, just before vanishing. A few render it at strange angles, as though the painter saw it not from a single point of view, but from all directions at once. Each painting is unsigned. No artist ever claims credit, and maybe that's fitting, because if the stilt walker is real, if it does pass through our reality in these rare slanting moments, then perhaps all we are allowed is the briefest sense of its being, like watching the wake of something too large to see, not a monster, not a visitor, but a reminder that beneath the sea and beside it, and sometimes even above it, there are things that walk when no one is watching, not to hurt, not to hide, but to move, to mark time, to stretch their long quiet limbs beneath the sky, and take a single step closer to what we still do not understand. So next time the fog hangs low, and the tide feels thicker than it should, and the sand seems untouched but not quite right, pause, listen. There might be something out there, just beyond what we can hold, taking one long step, leaving no trace, and folding into the wind. The Tasman stilt walker is never far, just forgotten, until it walks again. So now we drift once more, towards silence. The tide pulls back, slow and obedient, drawing with it the remnants of all we've seen tonight, the shimmering trails, the breathing depths, the long-legged shadows walking where no foot should fall. For hours we've followed the stories of creatures that rise not from nightmares, but from somewhere quieter, stranger, and far less understood. We began with the Icelandic flare serpent, lighting the polar dark with arcs of silent flame. We followed glimmers beneath melting ice, where the Bering Shimmer twisted through thawing currents like a ribbon of color no eye had named. We felt the panic of machines trying to explain the unexplainable, a scream from the Mariana Trench that surged upward, not in fury, but in warning. We watched giants drift, shimmer, watch us back, and still the ocean remained unchanged. Because that's the trick of the sea, isn't it? It lets you see what it wants, then it closes again. No traces, no answers, only memory that softens over time, like rope left to salt. And now, at the end of all these stories, these sightings, sonar pings, fragments of pale movement, we sit in the quiet again. Not at the surface, not at the bottom, but somewhere in between, where most of the ocean's secrets wait. Some questions never had answers, maybe they were never meant to. A pale figure under Antarctic ice, a spiral rising from Vanuatu's reefs, a glowing eye staring from calm Canadian waters. Were they real? Was the blue eye of Sable Island a lens of bioluminescence, or a pupil? Was the Mediterranean choir a coincidence of whale song, or the prelude to something singing for us? Was the Tasman stilt walker truly there, walking tall across sand and mist, or was it simply the earth dreaming of limbs again? Science will search, it always does, and it should. But in these stories, these long quiet mysteries that don't quite resolve, we find something else. We find stillness, we find awe, and sometimes, just sometimes, we find sleep. Because mystery, in its purest form, is not chaos. It's not fear, it's rhythm. The rhythm of waves we can't measure, the pulse of the deep that doesn't need names, the feeling late at night that the sea has not stopped watching us, even when we've stopped watching it. So now, as we close this journey, let the waters rise in your mind. Let the tide come in without urgency. Let it blanket what's left of your thoughts, soft and slow. There's no need to chase the ending. Let it come to you. Let it arrive like the cold blue swell that reaches shore without force, like foam on skin, like mist over stones, like a whisper from fathoms below. And maybe, if you listen closely enough, you'll hear them still, not calling, not crying, just existing. The bloom giant, silent above the red tide, the hollowback, drifting into harbor, glowing softly in its breathing shell, the Arctic returner, bringing with it a face last drawn on parchment, 160 years ago, now rising again, unchanged. What do they want? We don't know. We never knew. Maybe they've always been here, waiting for our eyes to catch up. Or maybe they arrived only when we forgot how to see clearly, when we lost that childhood gaze, the one that lets the sea become infinite again. But whatever they are, they remind us of something important, that even now, with our maps and satellites and cameras on every coast, the ocean still has places untouched by certainty, still has layers untouched by light, still has dreams that rise, for just a moment, to breathe, and then disappear. And now you can rest. Now you can drift. There's nothing more to know tonight. Let the fog settle. Let the creaking hull fade. Let the soft hiss of water be the only thing left. Because the sea has always known how to end a story. It doesn't slam the door. It just waits. Until the questions stop. Until the voices fade. Until all that's left is the tide. Whatever it is, it remains waiting. The ocean falls silent again. Some questions drift forever unanswered. Maybe it's better we never know. And if this story stayed with you, let me know in the comments, which mystery haunted you the most tonight. Until next time, sleep well beneath the waves.